of the scientists in different countries. In recent years, the international community has used dialogue mechanisms like the APEC, G20, etc. We have exchanged many good outcomes of these dialogues, and this has been contributing to the development and the governance of AI technology. We are exploring to build a platform among the government, the academia, the enterprises, the institutes, etc. Fourth, we need to be people-oriented and improve people's well-being. The artificial intelligence is highly relevant to the development of the human being. To the backdrop of the COVID-19, artificial intelligence has been contributing to the R&D of new drugs, etc. But it cannot be ignored that the digital gap between different countries and different peoples is widening. For the sake of a better future, we need to attach greater importance to the inclusiveness, and we need to pay attention to the vulnerable group so as to promote the inclusive use of artificial intelligence and other new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, faced with the pandemic and the great changes, faced with both opportunities and challenges, the international community need to unite rather than conflict. We need to abandon the Cold War mindset, and instead, we need to pursue a mutual trust and cooperation, and we need to work together to build a community of shared future in the cyberspace. Finally, I wish this forum a great success. Thank you.
I think this very important speech, you express very important 4 points for Chinese government and to express how to deal with rules making on AI. Thank you very much. And now let's move on the keynote speeches. The 2 topics I mentioned earlier are determined based on the opinions from the number of experts and organizations. In the following, each keynote speaker may give a speech of up to 5 minutes. The first topic is the cutting-edge developments of AI and its impacts. Now, I will give the floor to Professor Gong Ke, President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations and the Executive President of the Chinese Institute of New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Strategies. Professor Gong, please. Sorry, it's wrong. Okay, Professor, please.
I think you are going to play the pre-recorded presentation. Am I right?
Yeah. Okay. 你可以现场讲的。
但是我原来没准备，我现在我再赶紧打开我的那个。
那可以这样，我们用那个 video 吧，还是或者是直接使用 video？
你直接用 video 放吧。
All right. So Professor Gong will give us a video speech.
Professor Gong will need to communicate with the UN since they didn't give us the right of host. Hello, are there any UN staff there? Hello, could you please give the right of sharing the screen to Professor Gong? Hello, host.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. The organizer asked me to talk about the progress of AI technology, and please allow me just to use some examples as snapshot to show the progress. So let me share my screen. So from the technical perspective, there is notable progress in DNN with large-scale pre-training model. Reported last year by OpenAI, a GDP3 model with 175 billion parameters, 45 terabits of data used for its training, and more than $12 million of training cost has been released. Later on, a number of large-scale pre-training model has been released by different organizations, corporates. Here you show one released by the Chinese institute, which is called Wudao. And from this video, you see a very good combination of the sign language, the text, and the language. That's a kind of multi-model processing of natural language supported by this large pre-training model, Wudao. And another notable progress is in the brain-inspired computing. Here we see a light model reported by MIT and Technical University of Wien, which just use 19 neurons, brain-inspired neurons, which usually needs millions of these kind of neurons in traditional DNA network. And this light model has been successfully used in the control autopilot and reported by the Nature magazine last year. And another progress in brain-inspired computing is the theory of completeness of the brain-inspired computing, which is reported by a team of Tsinghua University in Nature on October last year. And this theory shows that the software and hardware could be decoupled, and that could significantly expand the application scope of the brain-inspired computing. And this is commented by Nature Weekly as a breakthrough scheme in the development of brain-inspired computing. Here you see is another very important progress that shows you the merge of DNN and the brain-inspired network on the chip, reported by Nature, called dual control chips. Again, reported by Tsinghua University. Another notable progress is privacy computing. We know the typical privacy computing algorithm is federated learning. And the new progress is so-called swarm learning. Likely to the federated learning, the swarm learning also use distributed data. But instead of centralized computation, swarm learning use distributed computation with distributed data. That could provide a better protection of the data privacy. So from the governance perspective, we see a report released early this year jointly by UNDESA, UNESCO, and the Office of Secretary General's Envoy of Technology, and the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. This book shows the ethical principles, technical standards, national strategies, and so on proposed by international organizations, governments, civil societies, and corporates. And we see the requirements of transparency, accountability, auditability, respect to human rights, data protection, fairness, and technical robustness are repeatedly mentioned in these proposals. And the WHO has released its first report with 6 principles ensuring the AI for public good. The first one is to protecting the human autonomy. The most recent progress of AI governance is the adoption of the recommendation for AI ethics. It is the first ever United Nations document, provides a global normative framework for the AI governance. And it is required by UNESCO to its member states to report regularly every 4 years on their progress and practices. So, in summary, although AI has made important new progress in technology and governance, it is still not yet made breakthrough in the explainability of its algorithm. That should become the key directions of future AI research in order to lay a foundation for trustworthy AI. In terms of governance, we think the United Nations should better play its irreplaceable role and build an open governance platform with multi-stakeholders based on the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and oriented to the Sustainable Development Goals. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gong. It's very interesting. You talk about the DNA and the brain-inspired computing and privacy computing. And also you analyze about the different way and different kind of stakeholders. It's very interesting about the governance. Thank you very much. So here now is David Robinson, Chair of Applied Logic, Vice Principal and Head of College of Science and Engineering at University of Edinburgh. Robinson, please.
Thanks. Thanks for inviting me. I'll just try to share my screen now, if I can. There we go. Now, I hope everybody can see that. In my 5 minutes, I think this fits in quite nicely. We didn't rehearse, but I think it fits in quite nicely with Gong Qi's presentation. I want to talk a little bit about why AI has grown so quickly and why it has so much impact now. So I've been in AI for quite a while. I came into artificial intelligence in Edinburgh in the mid-1980s, which was, at that point, it was a big technology wave in artificial intelligence. But that particular wave is nothing like the scale of the wave that we're seeing currently. So I want to say a little bit about why that's true. And I believe it's true because of fundamental differences in the way that research and technology interacts with our society currently. So this slide kind of makes the point that AI is not only machine learning. In fact, a lot of people equate AI currently with machine learning because it's so dominant. But in fact, it's a collection of many subdisciplines. And each of these is reaching a new level of maturity, stimulated by advances in computation more generally. So sensors are no longer passive, but they're becoming active agents on the edges of compute networks. Robotics architectures are robust enough to build full humanoid systems in an incremental way. Natural language has taken advantage of huge linked corpuses to raise performance to impressive levels. And all of that means that human factors researchers are then able to cross what we used to call the uncanny valley from clearly synthetic to plausibly realistic artificial agents. That's fueled by the ability to make machine learning more of a commodity technology, easily shared and applied in new domains, the sort of thing that Gongqi was talking about. Meanwhile, symbolic knowledge representation hasn't gone away. It's now managed more rigorously at large scale through things like knowledge graphs and other structured methods. And all of this is becoming accepted as part of mainstream systems engineering, importantly, which means that AI algorithms can be built in at the heart of new systems architectures rather than added on as an afterthought, which is what we used to do. And the resulting explosion in numbers of semi-autonomous systems has created a new area of AI focused on coordination of social systems of agents. Gongqi gave an example of one of those. That's created a new potential for collaborative AI, but at the same time, it creates new security threats from adversarial AI systems. And against that backdrop of evolution of subdisciplines, many of the breakthroughs in application are coming not from individual subdisciplines, but from combinations of these. That's driving a confluence of theory into application areas, essentially a resurgence of the eclecticism of original AI, but in a much more effective and targeted style. And these confluences are now generating a different landscape in application. So for example, autonomous vehicles, realistic synthetic agents, synergistic digital twins of complex real-world systems, autonomous robotic systems with limited self and situational awareness. These emergent areas are shaped by both the AI confluence and the target application area. So that's what's creating a self-reinforcing cycle from AI research and theory through the confluences forced by emerging applications and returning back to theory by discovering new synergies across subdomains. The pool of application demand forces increasing speed of translation from research to application, while the real or perceived success of applications creates a stronger push on research institutions to contribute. So we get a self-reinforcing cycle. And the energy in this system seems, at least for the foreseeable future, to be sufficient to maintain the current acceleration, which means, in my view, that governance will require renewed effort to keep pace as the cycle ramps up the development of new systems. So thanks for listening, and I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Professor Robinson, for your insightful speech. I'm very happy to meet you again, David, and see you again after this September Wuzhen Summit, and I hope you will all.
Thanks.
Now, let's welcome Ms. Zhang Hui, Head of Kuangshi AI Governance Research, to give a speech. Ms. Zhang, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for inviting MegaV to today's forum. It's also my privilege to join the discussion of AI development and its impact. And I think I will give my presentation below in Chinese. 那女士们、先生们，作为人工智能产业
Ladies and gentlemen, as a member of the AI industry, MegaV is just like any other technology. AI is going through a phase where we are seeking the truth theoretically, and we are going through with the implementation with a pragmatic approach, and those two are complementary. So today I would like to share 3 points. First, AI is going through a deeper integration. On one hand, AI technology is being integrated with other technologies in a more deeper level. The most typical is the integration between AI and IoT. IoT has series of new model, new scenarios, as well as technology capabilities. With the development of AIoT, the
everything is connected and moving toward a more intelligent space. And the physical space is being renovated, and we have a digital twin being forced, and those two are enhancing each other and having this interactive communication. We also know that there are series of solid economy being incorporated with AI, and we have different scenarios being applied. So we are using AI to empower our economy, creating this value. MAGV has been established for more than 10 years, and in the field like computer vision, we are building up our own capability, and we have 3 major verticals to leverage AIoT solutions, combining software and hardware to push forward the application of AI. Second, people-centered value of AI is becoming more obvious. The core of AI is people. We need to be people-centered and provide that service to people. And I believe that ideology and principle will be applied realistically. For example, in the city, McAfee promote the ideology that the space of city is services. So we would inject the capability of AI into the production, life, and the space of city so that we can build a more intelligent city. And on the industry side, the value is being presented in the enhancement of capabilities through AI. For example, in the intelligent logistics, we can use a dispatching system of the robotics system to help one enterprise to increase 3 times their usage of the inventory space, and the selection staff will have their steps discounted or reduced to 20,000 from 50,000 per day, and the average daily production was increased by 5 times. And I wanted also to talk about that AI is a capability, but also responsibility. We need to develop responsible AI as well as a sustainable one. We need to promote the innovation of technology, of industry. We also need to put focus on both development and supervision. And in the recent years, China had come out with a series of regulations, for example, law on data security and the Act on Protection of Personal information, and different institutions are taking participation in this, and the industries are also looking within to develop this self-discipline. We know that this multi-pro model is being improved day by day, and from an enterprise perspective, we are promoting this process of seeking the truth and being a realistic and pragmatic approach, and we believe our value can be furthered. So I think in this process, MAGV are persevering with the different scenarios of AI leveraging, including establishing regulation in the industry and to combining the collaboration of academic institutions as well as manufacturing industries, etc. So in the future, we will continue to implement and step up our innovation. And we really look forward to this collaboration with our friends from different industries from all over the world and to promote the development of AI. Thank you.
Up next is Mr. Wang Bo, Assistant to the Chairman and Vice President of the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei regions of iFlyTech. Mr. Wang, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Bo, and I work in iFlyTech. iFlyTech is an AI company. We focus on speech synthesis, speech recognition, machine translation, and natural language process. Next, I will use Chinese to introduce the progress of AI application in industry.
In post-pandemic era, under the effect of iFlyTech and other friends in our industry, artificial intelligence has achieved rapid development in source technological innovation, industrial chain safety, epidemic control and prevention, the resumption of production, etc. In the past 24 months, in the iFlat hack has been shifted from a single point technology breakthrough to machine cognition, multimodal application, and a complicated scenario application. In speaker's role separation, dialogue, medical dialogue generation, automated diagnosis, the oral machine translation, road targeted identification, and multilingual comprehension competitions, we have won 6 champions. And in November this year, in the Open ASR competition, in the 15th restricted competition lane and 7 non-restricted competition lane, the iFlat hack has won the first in the whole world. The iFlat hack now has opened 442 capacities, gathered 2.71 million developers, developed 1.3 million apps, and connected 3.65 partners in the ecosystem. We will work together with other leaders in the industry to provide the capacity service on the basis of low code and even zero code. And this platform must be multimodal sensing. It can test the blood pressure, heartbeat, pulse, etc. And also it can sense the people through sound, signs, etc. And to enable the better learning of the Chinese language, we have built a learning platform covering 179 countries and regions, and we have got 5 million registered users. We say that the artificial intelligence must be used in the tangible sceneries, and these sceneries can be promoted to a large scale. And also statistics can prove the effects of such application. Through non-supervision trainings and small data learning algorithm breakthroughs, we can reduce the application of artificial intelligence cost in many areas. And artificial intelligence has never been as tangible as today, especially in the 14th five-year plan period. It is a very critical window for solving the important social issues through artificial intelligence. The population aging is still undergoing, and we are focusing on that. Actually, in Tianjin, we have developed some usage case. For example, the artificial intelligence can collect the data of using natural gas, tap water, etc., to sense the life situation of the elder people. And in terms of smart education, we can analyze the learning situation of kids, and also on the basis of special features of each kid, we can enable targeted guidance and instruction of these children. Every kid may have different exercises. And this system has covered more than 1 million teachers and students in 40,000 schools from 32 provinces. And also in terms of smart medicine, we follow the same logic. This is to help the frontline doctors in villages to have better diagnosis. We have covered more than 200 level 3 hospitals in 26 provinces and municipalities. And also we have established an automatic warning system for serious diseases and infectious diseases. And also the sales of 2C products like the translation machine, etc., has been skyrocketing in many cities and provinces. And the language recognition has been expanded to the industrial sound. This can be used in the detection of the faults in machines. In the following 5 to 10 years, the IFLATEC hope to build a Babel tower for the human being to cross over the language barriers so that we can better build the community of shared future for mankind. Our idea is to work together with all the developers to achieve the ultimate dream of the artificial intelligence, that is to let everyone stand on the shoulder of the artificial intelligence and to usher in an even greater brand new era. We look forward to taking the platform of IGF to promote the development of the community of shared future for mankind. Thank you.
Give the floor to Mr. Ma Yanqun, Senior Director of the Deep Learning Platform of Baidu. Yanqun, please.
Distinguished guests, I'm an AI scientist at Baidu. It's a pleasure to be invited here. My own background is natural language processing. Actually, I had a PhD at Dublin in Ireland. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. Well, my topic today, I'm going to talk about several trends I observed over the years. That is the fusion of technology, AI technology, lowering the barrier of AI adoption, and also open source. And so in the following, I think I'm going to speak in Chinese in the following. Well, I have several slides as well in Chinese though. Okay.
Currently, we are in the new round of a scientific and industrial revolution, and the whole society is undergoing a profound changes. From some statistics, we can show that in 2020, the digital economy has reached 39.2 trillion RMB, and it has accounted for 38.6% of the total GDP of China. In the process of the robust development of artificial intelligence, the digitalization of industries is actually a new phase of the development of digital economy, and it has been penetrated to all the links in the economic activities. And as we can see, the share of the non-internet IT industry has increased to 53.4% in 2018 to 60.9% in 2020. And also we have seen that the combination of artificial intelligence and industry has witnessed more and more professional cases and scenarios. In Baidu, we have an AICA training program. In this slide, actually, this slide shows the trainees' selection of their subjects, their research subjects. And as we can see, the selection of our trainees' research subjects has been more and more combined with their own industries. As I have mentioned, we have three features. The first is technology fusion and innovation. This has been a more and more obvious trend. The knowledge and deep learning is being integrated. As Professor Gong has mentioned, the large-scale training model represented by GPT-3 has brought many breakthroughs for the artificial intelligence. It has very strong generality and ability of movement and transfer. And in Baidu, on the basis of a knowledge graph or mapping, we have combined this technology with the with the neural network, and we have achieved the best effects in hundreds of models. Actually, this is a very major trend in this process. And also, the deep learning framework has been integrated with smart chips. So as the deep learning technology has gone deeper, chips and the framework need to be combined, considering the power consumption, latencies, etc. For example, Feijiang, the HyperPedal, is our open source platform of deep learning, and it has been combined with more than 30 chips in the whole world. And this is my first point. My second point is the lowered threshold. Actually, the application of artificial intelligence has been wider and wider. Just now I have mentioned its combination with chips. And as its application has gone wider and wider, we need more low threshold open tools. For example, for those people who actually do not know how to write some code, they can just use a visualized interface without operating code. And for other developers who have the AI technology background, they can have a they can have a self-researching model, which means that the AI platform is needed to output different levels of capacity. And in this process, lowering the threshold has become more and more important. Thirdly, the artificial intelligence development has been developed because of the open source. The open source has actually become a very obvious trend. The open source has become an important model and core engine of technology innovation and industrial development. We have been talking about the open source of the source code, including the data technology platform. All of this can be open source. And this can support the high-speed development and industrial application of artificial intelligence. As I have mentioned, the PaddlePaddle, that is the deep learning platform of Baidu, is totally open sourced. It now has gathered more than 3.7 million developers. That is to say, as far as I'm concerned, open source will become a very important engine for promoting the development of artificial intelligence. So just now I've mentioned technology fusion, lowering threshold and open source. We hope that we can work together with all other partners and friends to explore the governance of the artificial intelligence. Thank you.
The race of the next generation AI is injecting new vitality to economic and social development across the globe. Smart technology ranged from 5G and big data to smart mobility and smart city, are reshaping social development and people's lives at an unprecedented pace and scale. In the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, AI has played an important role in virus detection and diagnosis, contact tracking, face recognition, and daily monitoring, and has profound impact on economic development, social governance, and people's livelihoods across the world. With the extensive application of AI, however, comes the concern about how to strike the balance between its benefit and potential risks. Therefore, it is urgent to delve into the topic of AI governance and cooperation on a global scale. Now, let's move on to the second topic, international governance of AI and international cooperation. Let me give the floor to Professor Xue Lan. He's the Dean of Sorbonne German College and the Dean of Institute for AI International Governance of Tsinghua University. Professor Xue, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Li. I think for this opportunity to speak at this forum. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, great. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, I think that given the limited time and given the, I think the previous speakers, I would directly zoom on to the in the global governance of AI. I think we know that in the last few years, I say that China has really done a lot of work on the domestic, AI governance issues. So I will not belabor you on those issues, but I was directly focused on the global governance of AI. First of all, is why. I think there are indeed some people say, I think China has been working hard on developing the technology and its application. So there's not, why don't we care? Indeed, I think we do have to care. First of all, I think that, I think global governance can facilitate the production for common goods. As I think we've already heard that the previous speakers have already talked about how AI actually can promote human well-being. But actually to maximize the benefits, I think the cooperation and the coordination among international community would be really needed. Many AI development involves many cross-sector, so the cross-border issues. For example, I think our colleagues have talked about open source, about data flow, about the cybersecurity, and of course not to mention about the scientific collaborations among different countries. So all of those, I think, means that we, in order to maximize the benefits of AI, we do need the international collaboration. And the second thing is common concerns. I think AI could have devastating sort of impact on human society. And so for those issues, it's unlikely to be addressed by a single country. So I think, we need to have, sort of proper global governance regime in order to avoid the kind of race to the bottom competition that might lead to a new arms race in AI. So I think those, issues need to be addressed at the global level. And the third is that we need to reconcile differences among different countries. I think we, different countries have very different cultures and different stage of development and so on. And so they work with many different distinctive institutions and strategies. So I think we need to work together to build, some global governance system so that we can reach, consensus and hopefully we can promote collective actions at the global level. So I think that there are just a few simple reasons. And the second is, I think in terms of China's position on international AI governance, just a very quick summary of my personal review. I think China has been trying to work with other countries and the international community to really promote AI for good, and to develop AI plus, meaning the application of AI in different regions, and also to study social impact. And also China has been trying to maintain open development to promote international collaboration and to oppose decoupling. And third is that China, is working hard to support inclusive rulemaking, particularly to support, UN-based discussion and debate on, governance principles and prevent the dominance of a few, and also to address the issue of latecomers. And also we wanted to respect that different countries have different laws and regulations, and also try to leave space for AI's rapid development. And in particular, I think that in the development of AI governance, we recognize the role a business sector that can play in this in the governance of AI. And the third, what's the next step for international AI governance? I think the first thing that we need to establish, global platforms to coordinate AI governance issues. So I think the recent publication of a UNESCO document, AI, principles, I think are really an excellent, steps in achieving that. The second is that we really need to learn lessons from other global governance on important issues. For example, in terms of internet governance, on nuclear governance, on space law and climate change. So I think we can learn from all of those, major global governance issues, items that we can actually that can help us to develop proper AI governance regime. And the third is to strengthen scientific collaboration in AI research, which actually is already prospering, I think, in many areas. But also we need to work together on issues related to AI governance and also to study the social impact of AI. And the fourth is to seek common values while respect differences, considering the social, economic, and political and cultural differences among different countries. And finally, to develop common principles and norms to guide the health development and development of AI. So I think that's sort of the what I see, from my personal view, the ways that we need to move forward to help to promote international AI governance collaboration. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xue. We know that you have provided great contribution on the AI's governance and rules making in China. Thank you for your great speech. Now the following is Torsten Jelinek, founder and managing director, DPG Digital Platform Governance, will share his insight. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. And I can see some friends and are delighted to attend this important meeting. So let me read this to you, please. So the crisis in multilateralism comes along with the return of sovereignty. The problem is not sovereignty, of course, but the fine, brittle line that separates sovereignty from protectionism, fragmentation, and so-called balkanization. The return of today's sovereignty risks undoing the achievements of the internet revolution, including the rise of global innovation and value networks that are so important to tackle today's global issues, and some of them we heard today already. The focus on digital sovereignty is largely a response to the disproportionately negative impact of digitalization on communication, society, economy, government, and even foreign relations. It is supposed to provide an environment that safeguards our participation in the digital world, improves its trustworthiness, and increases our confidence in the digital future. Digital sovereignty is also an opportunity not to be trapped in a straitjacket again, this time not of hyper-globalization, but of hyper-connectivity. Not to be trapped in a straitjacket means the ability to regulate national affairs more independently and better cushion the disruptions of digitalization. Here we can see some level of convergence across the major economies in terms of privacy protection, cybersecurity, and fair digital competition, what Professor Xu has also highlighted. The scrutiny of big tech recently is a clear expression of that turn towards or return towards more digital sovereignty. Governance is always striking a balance between autonomy and restriction. Let's take the European Commission's AI Act proposal as an example. Industry has raised the concern that this act would stifle innovation and competitiveness. For civil society groups, it does not go far enough in terms of regulating or prohibiting risky AI applications. And such risk-based or ex-ante governance approach has received strong support, as we already heard, by the new non-binding UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. And yet there is another twist. The European Union has made digital sovereignty a key pillar of its political agenda and wants to become the world's safest digital environment and market and a global digital norms builder, which is quite laudable. However, The United States criticizes Europe's digital sovereignty strategy as protectionist. But to be fair, the United States has dominated not only the internet since its rise, but also before the era of regulated telecommunication monopolies for the most part of the 20th century. Now, with the rise of China, we have already seen a rebalancing in terms of technology leadership and institutional domination. Those developments have also strongly added to the return of territorial and digital sovereignty. Let me now focus on some more similarities and differences between the internet and AI in relations to governance. Firstly, AI, like the internet was before, is a Schumpeterian engine of change, the driving force, obviously, of the 21st century's transformation. The internet was such force of creative destruction, but the internet did not promote or adhere to any specific ideology. Both internet technology and AI do not carry any intrinsic ethics, except that the underlying scientific drive is one of relentless objectification and rationalization. In the past, the rapid global adaptation of the internet technology was largely a result of capitalist expansion and, you might call it, benevolent hegemony, at least initially. With AI, we won't witness such moment of benevolent hegemony, which came from the United States, of course. Its rise, or the rise of AI, has immediately become a matter of fierce competition, dominance, and control. I mean, for that matter, we are discussing it, how to better govern it, obviously. Secondly, why do we fear AI? Or many, not all, certainly. Because objectification will no longer be the sole faculty of the human brain. Subjectivity provides our sense of autonomy and freedom. The question is how much of it will remain in the age of ubiquitous automated objectification. Furthermore, intelligent automation will not only disrupt domestic labor markets, but also entire development models which have relied on the absorption of rural labor. Many workers might not be able to reskill from jobs of execution to exploration, from repetition to dexterity and creativity, from non-social to social interaction and empathy. Those risks don't just pose another technology trap, because as our modern world relies on technology and markets elevating the forcefulness of technology, AI will continue facing an insurmountable governance gap. It is this void that makes the disruptive character of AI not a simple choice between doing good or doing harm. Thus, without intervention, the current trajectory of history will mainly determine the way we use AI. In other words, an overarching principle of governance and cooperation, we do need human-centric AI. We do need AI for sustainability or sustainable AI. But we also need responsible global competition and a mechanism for avoiding or reducing conflict and rivalry. However, given that different cultural values and political systems, different histories and stages of development will continue causing divergent views, a more flexible and nuanced approach is needed. The reform of the global political system must be open to ambiguity, must embrace special and differential treatment of countries, and attempt to solve problems with a more flexible and case-by-case approach. We need international governance and cooperation and involve all major and rising powers to counterbalance that strong demand for territorial and digital sovereignty. I believe that only then our efforts will have a chance no longer to be at risk of being primarily a conduit of fierce competition, technocratism, and national security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jelnik. And up next is Professor Ayad Arani, Associated Member at Einstein Center Digital Future. So Ayad, are you here? It's you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning from my side. I would like to talk to you in the next couple of minutes about how to achieve global ethical standards and the development of automation. Well, it's after listening to all of you, it's really not difficult to assume that in the future, much of our economic activities will be guided by some kind of artificial intelligence that will, in the end, be responsible for decisions that shape our lives. The Austrian-American robot scientist Hans Moravec assumed that by the year 2050, fully automated factories will be managed by some sort of robotic authority. This robo-boss, according to Moravec, will not be guided by personal gain, and that's interesting, income or profit, but its main motivation will be the survival and well-being of the factory and the community that is housing the factory and that is extracting taxes from it. The dynamics of capitalism will be therefore replaced by the dynamics of reproduction. Companies that squander resources by paying its owners will be pushed out of the market. So goes the scenario. The interaction between those fully automated entities will also need to be guided by some sort of ethical standards reflecting societal paradigms, legal and economic rules and assumptions, for instance, anti-monopolistic behavior, etc. In a nutshell, this leading intelligence would be designed in such a way as to enjoy servicing humans. Now, as we are heading towards a multi-civilizational world, meaning that there will be some kind of alliance of self-labeled democratic countries in the West and technocratic civilizations of the global South dominated by China, we need to be concerned with the questions whether the machines and artificial intelligence will also be part of these respective hegemonies, if they will be just as antagonistic. This, of course, would be a problem. When machines and artificial intelligence will be recruited in a possible subtle or not so subtle struggle between those hegemonies, the conflict will become dangerously multiplied and automated. Or is there another way? Thinkers of the future have sometimes assumed that there will be one rule that is guiding machines. Of course, I'm thinking here of Isaac Asimov's famous 3 laws of robotics. The problem is that Asimov never described how those laws became enshrined in the production of machines. The only Albert Waring hint we get is that Asimov's stories also describe a past conflict between machines and humans, and thereafter machines are forbidden on Earth. A scenario where humanity finally unites to struggle against machines it can't control any longer. Translated into our situation, with all difficulties, this would mean that we already would have one global civilization that is trying to regulate and develop the machines in a certain way and ensures that future editions of human laws are translated into design guidelines. For instance, robots must obey humans, robots should never harm humans, etc., etc. The question then is if the current international organizations are in the position to impose such design guidelines or ethical standards. And more so, if societies are in control of the private companies that are designing this intelligence. And I think the answer is unfortunately no. It's not only the case that there is no global institution in charge and powerful enough to enforce such ruling. Worse, even in the respective hegemonies, there is the question of whether the political forces are still in full control of its intelligence production entities. At this point, maybe a global virtual room, a global platform like the anticipated metaverse project or other IoT platforms could be an option. Although the metaverse project, for instance, contains lots of issues and difficulties for humanities. For instance, it's the difficulty to differentiate between the reality and the imaginative. Creating a single civilizational room, although this being a virtual copy, might be a solution if all hegemonies could participate in the decentralized development of such a platform. In the metaverse, algorithms and machines must adhere to some kind of global governance and rules, and if conflicts arise, they are still in the virtual copy and could be contained and fixed before spilling over to the real world. There would then be enough time or would be enough room for discussion and solution finding. This must not happen, but there is a chance that this could happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ayad Al-Aini. Up next is Professor Luca Bailey, Professor of Internet Governance and Regulations, Foundation Galileo Vargas. Luca, please.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for having invited me to be part of this IGF Open Forum on the developments and rulemaking on artificial intelligence. And I would like to salute also the Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies for having organized this very timely conversation. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor at FGV Law School, where I'm also the head of the Center for Technology and Society here at Rio de Janeiro. And I would like to briefly present a little bit of the regulatory initiatives that are happening in Brazil in this very moment. As you all know, and I'm sure you have been discussing over the past minutes, the states at various regional level and also intergovernmental organizations are studying and are discussing quite intensely, I would say, some AI regulatory frameworks to regulate AI systems. They are both utilized in the public and private sector. There are a lot of questions that are still unanswered. For instance, whether a self-regulatory approach, a co-regulatory approach, or a legal approach are the best suited to regulate AI, or what kind of governance framework should be utilized, which kind of regulatory authority should have a competence, a remit to oversee the implementation of AI regulation, a specific dedicated AI regulator, existing sectoral regulator. There are a lot of questions that are yet not answered. There are already some global initiatives to try to frame AI, for instance, the very recent UNESCO guidelines on AI ethics, or the OECD recommendation on AI that was elaborated in 2019, and the current Brazilian Bill 21/2020 is largely inspired from the OECD recommendation. Although Brazil is not part of the OECD, Brazil has signed into this recommendation, and the very rapporteur of the bill, the AI bill, has referred to the AI recommendation of the OECD. The aim of this recommendation is to bring a safe environment for the use of AI in the country with transparency, ethics, respect of fundamental rights. The bill itself stresses the need to also apply regulation in synergy with existing regulation, chiefly the recently approved Brazilian data protection law, the LGPD, our GDPR with Brazilian characteristics. And the bill, the AI bill, consists of 16 articles, so it's a very concise bill. It is largely inspired by the OECD recommendations, and there is no specific limitation on types of AI that should not be implemented, that should be prohibited. There is no such prohibition, as we may see, for instance, in the proposals that are emerging at the European level. The text highlights that the measures will be implemented according to the maturation and evolution of technology with a more risk-based approach, but implemented on a sectorial basis. And it is quite clear why there is such a light touch that is proposed by the bill, because it facilitates enormously its approval in the Congress, which is a noble intention to try to facilitate the approval of the law, but it also creates some problems. The main problem in this very light approach is that it lacks specific norms, specific guidance, and leaves the door open.
Because the time limits, we will move on to the concluding remarks session.
Okay, so now let's welcome Xuan Xinzhang, Vice President of Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies, to give closing remarks. Xinzhang, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, today we used about 1 hour to talk about the artificial intelligence, the development and rulemaking on artificial intelligence. Today, this year is the 6th consecutive year for the Cybersecurity Association of China to hold this forum. We have seen representatives from different institutions and from the academia to gather together to share our opinions and ideas. The artificial intelligence is influencing people's lifestyle and the way of production, and it has also proposed new tasks to the government in terms of legislation, governance, etc. I would like to propose some of my points. First, we need to shoulder the responsibility of the era together. Artificial intelligence means new opportunity. However, the uncertainty of the artificial intelligence have brought some challenges to the governance. The think tanks need to pursue people's well-being, enhance the judgment of the risks, so as to enable the AI to better serve people's life. And second, we need to be a good bridge between different parties. Promoting a good governance of AI is the common task of the international community. We need to make innovations in methods of governance, in terms of ethics, etc. And we need to contribute our wisdom to the governance system. And third, we need to abandon the prejudice. Some people regard the AI as some evil technology. We need to shoulder our responsibilities to converge consensus from different parties and solve some misunderstandings. And fourth, AI is an open technology. Its development needs the cooperation of different participants and different parties. The Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies has launched the annual reports for 5 consecutive years. We work together with other partners to contribute our wisdom to the development of AI. We hope to enable the AI to serve the human being. This is the tasks of the think tank. We need to work better to improve people's well-being and to promote social progress through artificial intelligence. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Xuan, thank you all again for your insights and contributions to this forum. I sincerely thank you and hope that all parties will continue in deep exchanges, enhance trust, and making unremitting efforts for the development of cyberspace and a bright future for all. Thank you again for your participation. That's it for this forum. Thank you. Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
So, hi everyone. Just bear with us a few moments since this was, I think, a little bit delayed because of the previous session. So we'll just try to get everything in order soon. Please just bear with us. Yeah, so again, we will start very soon, but we're having some difficulties. Please just bear with us another minute. Again, apologize for this. We will soon get started, but unfortunately our moderator has been locked out of the session, but we're handling it and we'll be there very soon.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes. Okay. Just change the video. So I am really sorry. There have been some technical glitches, but I think that we are all used to it. This is a new way of beginning each meeting now. So with a few minutes late, I am very happy to welcome you to this session today. My name is, let me just try to put my screen correctly, because now it's my computer that is fighting me. Here you go, it's working. So my name is Elise Lassu. I am a researcher at the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, and I am very happy to be welcoming all of you for this open forum session on the human rights impact assessment of artificial intelligence. So I am very happy because I am joined today with great experts that have dedicated time and effort in researching this topic from different angles. And I am also very happy because this is a topic that is crucial in order to ensure that artificial intelligence system or related technologies are used safely from a fundamental rights perspective for all individuals, and yet is a topic that is still under discussion, that still presents a lot of complexity, and that is not enough discussed at national and international levels. So what we've seen for the past decades is indeed international organizations and public authorities and experts from the academic field, from civil society organizations that are calling for human rights impact assessments. Yet that's not simple, because compliance with fundamental rights cannot be automated. It cannot be hard-coded into computer software. So on one side, there is a need to ensure that AI is safe for everybody. But on the other side, the multiplicity of AI systems and the multiplicity of technologies complexify the design of effective impact assessment. At the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, we conducted interviews with around 100 public and private sectors in 2019. And when we asked users about prior testing, the vast majority of respondents referred to either technical prior testing or to data protection impact assessment. But fundamental rights potential impact assessment were rarely addressed. So what we see is that there is a lack of understanding on how this human rights impact assessment can be developed, but also a lack of awareness from both individuals and developers on the potential impact of artificial intelligence systems on individuals. But thankfully, with us today, we have experts that will be able to enlighten us on these very complex questions. So it is my pleasure to welcome with us today Kay. Kay is a digital rights researcher that works at the intersection of human rights and technologies, often working and serving with the most vulnerable members of Myanmar society. She has worked with journalists, digital rights activists, human rights defenders, civil society organizations. We have also with us today Emil Lindblad-Kernel. Emil is an advisor of the Human Rights and Business Departments at the Danish Institute for Human Rights. Emil leads the department's priority on digital technologies and human rights. He also has experience working directly with companies within the department's responsible value chains program on the human rights due diligence efforts. And he also worked on other projects that focus on the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. Importantly for our discussion today, as part of his role, he has conducted a human rights impact assessment, and he provided other human rights advisory services. I also have the pleasure to welcome Lorna McGregor. Lorna is a professor of international human rights law and PI. She is the director of the ECRC Human Rights, Big Data and Technology Project at the University of Essex. She is a co-chair of the International Law Association Study Group on Individual Responsibility under International Law. She has previously held the position of Commissioner of the Equality and Human in the Equality and Human Rights Commission in the UK, apologies, and she's a trustee of the IRIS Centre. Her current research focuses on data analytics and new and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence and human rights. Last but not least, we have the pleasure to welcome Alessandro Montelero. Alessandro is Associate Professor of Private Law and Law and Technology at the Polytechnic University of Turin. He is Council of the Europe Scientific Expert on AI, on Data Protection and Human Rights in the Ad hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence, a CAHI committee, in the Convention 108 at the Council of Europe. He has served as an expert on data regulation for several national and international organizations, including the United Nations, the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, the European Commission, the American Chamber of Commerce in Italy, the Italian Ministry of Justice, and the Italian Communication Authority. Finally, Alessandro is Associate Editor of the Computer Law and Security Review, and he is a member of the Editorial Board and European Data Protection Law Review. Before we begin, one point with regard to the structure of our discussion today. I will ask each of our speakers some questions so that we can set the discussion and we can identify what are the challenges for human rights impact assessment of AI systems. But I would like to invite you to put questions in the chat. This is an opportunity for you to point out what are the challenges based on your expertise and your experiences, and we are very much looking forward hearing from you and discussing this topic with our expert today. So my first question will go to you, Kay. This has been demonstrated by an increasing number of cases that the use of artificial intelligence can have direct and yet unknown impact on individuals. In cases where public authorities and the citizens are in conflict, are in confrontation, the use of AI-based surveillance tools can directly interfere with individuals' rights and freedoms. From a rights holder perspective, could you give us some example of the implementation of said technologies that have resulted of violations of rights and freedoms for individuals? I would be very interested to learn, based on your experiences in your work as a digital rights activist, the types of AI systems that have resulted in interferences with individuals' rights and freedom. So the floor is yours, Kay.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me as well. This is my first IGF, so I'm so happy to be here. So before I start, I just wanted to mention that today is actually the silent strike in Myanmar for the lives that we have lost since the coup in February. Thanks for all of your question, everything, all of the good questions. I'll make sure that I cover all of that in a short period of time. So when we talk about these AI-based technologies, it is often masked behind the narrative of developing a community or a city. With this, I'm going to give an example such as the smart city. And when we talk about smart city, there are technologies like from GPS-based waste management, traffic control, smart building, to improved street lighting and other general city improvements. But of all of the AI and database projects, CCTV with facial recognition is part of the main conversation as well. So when we talk about the AI systems, it is also important to take the context and how the countries operate into consideration, especially when it comes to the government and the authority state. What we are seeing in Myanmar is not only the violation of an individual's rights and freedom, but rather the whole population's rights and freedoms are violated. And I'm not trying to say that privacy is respected under the former NLD government, but the severity of the violation is really immeasurable since the coup. When it comes to like AI-empowered CCTVs, the concern that we have and we are seeing on the ground is the restriction on freedom of expression, freedom of movement, and freedom of assembly. So the CCTV, with or without facial recognition systems are being used mainly to target the pro-democracy activists who have been, organizing peaceful protests and most vocal about the military coup group since February. And I mean, when we talk about the AI systems and surveillance technology, this is not just like an issue in countries like Myanmar. So for example, in US, the authorities have used facial recognition to track down Black Lives Matter, activists in 2020. We have seen that. And the point I'm trying to make here is how the violation happens, whether it is a developed country or a developing country. So that country's values and principles towards human rights really matter, and the level of severity is different. And people, sometimes I will come across people simply say it is a matter of adding a data protection law or, including like legal frameworks to protect citizens. And it is not that simple in the majority of the world where these laws and legislation are, either absent or not implemented as they are supposed to be. So context really matters, and how a country operates also matter. And these should be considered before there is any push for AI-driven or like surveillance infrastructure. For example, in Myanmar, people losing their loved ones overnight, and at the safest, the pro-democracy activists, journalists, and the human rights defenders could face at least 10 to 60 years of imprisonment. So just going back to AI and surveillance technology, there are a lot of surveillance technology that already exists, such as interception system and facial recognition, CCTVs, and when we think about what can the individuals do, we can only stand up for the rights to privacy and demand the authorities not to deploy intrusive technologies that will exist in our daily lives. But just to really do shout out as well. So together with Article 19, the organization that I am presenting on behalf here, Digital Rights Collective, we will be publishing the smart city research that we focus on the technology that we are seeing on the ground, mainly focusing like 3 major cities that will be coming out early next year. So please be on the lookout for it. And thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much for this overview and for your words that really point out the fact that depending on the context, the type of depending on the context and depending on the type of surveillance software that may be used, the use of AI technologies can have very large impact on all fundamental rights. And on this, I would like to turn to you, Lorna, because you conducted research on the enforcement of the legal frameworks with AI users. What were the main challenges that you came across that were voiced by public and private organizations in order to conduct proper impact assessment of AI systems? Do you think that there is too much focus on data protection? We've just heard from Kay that it's not only data protection that may be impacted, it's a wide range of fundamental rights. So from your point of view and based on your research, what are the shortcomings? Where do you see shortcomings for the use of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation to join this really interesting panel. So in the research that we've carried out at the Human Rights Big Data and Technology Project, including in partnership with the Danish Institute, what we see as the starting point is the question around what is the impact that we're actually trying to capture through impact assessments and other regulatory and governance initiatives. And I think it's already been highlighted by you and by Kay, that we're only really beginning to understand the full human rights implications posed by new and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. And so what we can understand is that they're complex, and that they are not only related to the nature of the technologies, but they're shaped by the actors, the context, and the purpose of use. And so what we know is that there is a lot of opaqueness and lack of transparency around the fact of use, and how integration of these technologies into wider systems by public and private actors are impacting on human rights. And so what that does when we think about impact assessments, if they are tools to help us identify potential and actual human rights harm, and as a tool in accountability and prevention of human rights violations, what we then have to ask is, well, how can these impact assessments actually identify potential or actual human rights harm? And what is the expertise that we need to be able to carry out these impact assessments? And can we actually capture this full human rights impact through the types of impact assessments that already exist or are being proposed? And I think when we look at the tech ecosystem right now, we can see that many of the existing forms of impact assessments that exist in other sectors also apply in the tech sector. So there's not a clean slate in relation to impact assessments. So we've got ethical impact assessments, quality impact assessments, environmental, privacy, and DPIA's data protection impact assessments, as you already said, and human rights impact assessments drawing from the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And while they're all using the term impact assessments, what we know is that they differ in legal basis, in scope, whether they're mandatory or not, their purpose and their methodology. And what I would say is I don't think that we yet have an example where we can say, here's an impact assessment that really captures the full human rights impact assessment, full human rights impact of new and emerging technologies, or where we can point to a way in which these impact assessments are integrated and correspond to each other so that we can really see the full impact. So we've been looking at the relationship between data protection impact assessments and human rights impact assessments, and really using this as a case study to try and think about how these different impact assessments relate to each other, and to try and understand whether they should be integrated or whether they can coexist in a more effective way to really try to capture the full human rights impact of the use of new and emerging technologies. Now, why it's important to look at data protection impact assessments is it's absolutely right that they cannot cover the full tech life cycle. They're only about data processing. But why it's important to look at their role is because they are required in legislation already in a number of states, including in Europe, and other states are considering similar forms of impact assessments when they're developing their privacy and data protection laws. So they are an important part of this ecosystem, but of course not comprehensive. But what we see with DPIAs, these are some of our preliminary findings, is that first of all, they are supposed to cover fundamental rights and freedoms. So they are supposed to be about more than privacy. But what we've found in our empirical research is most people we speak to think of them as a privacy tool. So about identifying what the impact on privacy is. So they're seen as much narrower tools than in fact they are supposed to be, where they are supposed to look at fundamental human rights. And in the tech ecosystem, that becomes even narrower, because then there's often a discussion about, well, what are the salient harms? And so we end up very focused just on privacy, freedom of expression and discrimination, but without thinking about that full impact and the context in which different tech is used, which will likely be broader. What we also find in some of our interviews is that DPIAs, people often speak about them as compliance exercises or tick box exercises. And they have spoken about, well, do the teams that carry out these have this human rights expertise able to capture this full human rights impact, as I mentioned at the beginning. And they often talk about the human rights team as maybe based in another part of an organization. So there are questions there about wider human rights expertise. There's also issues that seem to come up around scale and how frequent DPIAs are. Are they one-time exercises or are they revisited over the life cycle of technology? And so what we sort of find from this, just to finish up, is that there is a lot of potential to strengthen DPIAs to make them stronger in terms of what they could capture in terms of human rights. But there are some substantive and structural challenges to making them more effective human rights tools. But there does seem a lot of scope to strengthen them so that when they are conducted, they maximize the impact that they're able to capture with human rights. But importantly, again, remembering that they only cover certain dimensions of the human rights ecosystem. And so there will, of the tech ecosystem. And so it's very important to think about what their relationship is to other types of human rights impact assessments to try and see whether there can be bridges to strengthen these relationships.
Yeah, thank you very much for pointing that out. It really echoed the research that we also conducted at the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. This focus on data protection and non-discrimination and the need to have a global overview of the impact when human rights impact assessments are conducted. And here I'd like to turn to Emile for my next question, because you conducted research on human rights impact assessments, and I'd like to ask you what can be expected from companies in practical terms when it comes to human rights due diligence in relation to AI. What are the knowledge and the guidance gaps that still remain to be filled in order to ensure full respect for the full spectrum of human rights in the development and in the use of artificial intelligence?
Thank you, Elise, and thank you, Kay and Lorna, for setting the scene here. I mean, as a first, just a disclaimer to anyone listening to what I'm about to say is that the guidance that we put out quite exactly a year ago on human rights impact assessment of digital activities is what we called it, but of course that includes AI from our perspective, was not looking at regulation of this kind of methodology, but rather looking at it as a methodology and a tool, let's say, to in the human rights due diligence toolbox, and really focused on sort of the UN guiding principles on business human rights and looking at sort of what is the expectations and actually requirements on businesses with the current frameworks, so notwithstanding what might come out of some new regulations. But so I think in the first question there that you asked, what is it that we can expect in terms of companies when it comes to human rights due diligence when it relates to AI? And I think what was very noticeable in developing our guidance was that there was a lot of, let's say, demands or movements to push companies to do these impact assessments, which, very clearly is framed as kind of a tool in itself. It's something that you do very clearly, not this abstract process, but, you should do impact assessments. But actually what we found is that in this guidance, we had to produce a very long introduction, essentially, because we really had to put this in where does this impact assessment, whichever kind you're talking about, how is that situated in relation to your ongoing processes of simply identifying whether there are risks with the technology that you are developing? And I think I think case example is a really good one. I mean, of course, if you are developing facial recognition and it's meant to be used to identify protesters, perhaps you are quite aware that there might be some risks here. But a lot of these others, traffic control that was mentioned, can probably be used in the same way. Also to monitor demonstrations or whatever it might be. But I think those developers are not very mature in their general due diligence requirements of sort of simply understanding what are the contexts that we imagine that this can be used. So also Lorna was talking about this, the tech ecosystem, and I think what some of these impact assessment methodologies maybe miss is that we want developers to think about human rights, but if it's too narrow, then it's like you haven't even considered how will this exactly be used, in what context. So what we then proposed in our human rights impact assessment guidance is that in order to conduct a human rights impact assessment according to our methodology, you have to decide on a context to look at, because it is impossible to do, I think, almost impossible to do meaningful consultation with affected stakeholders or affected rights holders if you have not decided which context are we looking at. A smart city in Montreal will have some issues, and a smart city in Yangon will have others. And I think we cannot treat smart city as smart city. We have to think, where is this meant to be developed? And that gets me to another point, and then I'll stop there and also hear from Alessandro before we continue on the discussion. But is that we need to also, another piece we spent a lot of time on was also on stakeholder engagement, where I think we also need to challenge ourselves in the human rights community we can all demand, and we all should demand, proper, meaningful stakeholder engagement. But we also then need to see when that is very difficult. If we want very early assessments, I think they will be naturally more abstract, and they will be more difficult to do this very targeted stakeholder engagement. If we want assessments at a later stage, that might be easier. So we need to think about that when we think about regulation also. At what stage should this happen? Is it only first an initial risk assessment that then can be scaled to something else in case risks are identified? Maybe that's a way to go about it. But I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much. That was very concise and to the point, and really adding to our discussion until now. So we have looked at. Can you hear me? I had a error message.
Yes.
Okay, I see you nodding. Thanks. So we have had an overview of the seriousness of the impact on all fundamental rights for individuals. Then, Lorna recalls that it's important not to look only into data protection and to conduct a really in-depth assessment that is not only a checklist exercise and to cover all fundamental rights. And you're adding to the discussion the importance of the context, that AI systems in one context or in another context for one purpose or another purpose are not the same and should not be assessed in the same way. And these also include the type of stakeholders that will be, depending on their expertise, will be involved in the impact assessment exercise. So now I'm turning to our last speaker, Alessandro, because you have worked very extensively on these specific questions, trying to solve the different issues that were raised by the speakers until now. So based on all of the work that you conducted, what is, in your view, the most challenging of the criteria that should constitute a human rights impact assessment? And also, what do you think are the elements that constitute the absolute minimum criteria that any AI developer should take into account before launching a new AI system? Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Liz. It's a great pleasure to stay with you, and also it's a great pleasure to have this discussion of a human rights impact assessment, because as you mentioned at the beginning, is should be at the center of the ongoing debate on AI regulation. Unfortunately, it's not so debated. I think that as already mentioned by Emil, there is not a perfect solution for human rights impact assessment. Human rights impact assessment is by nature contextual. And I can say it's even more contextual in the context of AI. Because as also mentioned by Lorna, there is a difference between data protection impact assessment and human rights impact assessment. This is something that we have also seen in a project, was an H2020 project in which we investigate the different model of data protection impact assessment adopted by several national data protection authorities. And in all these models, there was a blank space to say you have to check also if there is a potential impact on human rights. It's not exactly the idea of impact assessment. And on the other hand, there are very robust model of impact assessment. For instance, Emil and its organization work a lot on this topic, and there are very concrete application. I think the main problem is that the human rights impact assessment that we are used to apply to technology are in many cases based on a specific kind of risk that are in many cases based in a specific area, are created by a certain kind of industry, and the impact is on population, the impact is on houses, the impact is on a society, a very contextual society. In the context of AI is a bit different. For this reason, I think that we cannot merely extend existing human rights impact assessment to AI, but we have to partially reconsider this model. Because when we talk about AI, we talk about tools that are developed at global scale and also distributed at global scale. On the other hand, in many cases, are smaller in terms of scale compared to high-impacting industrial plan in a specific area. So a new system of video surveillance, a new dolls equipped with AI, a new smart toys, a new smart locker is something that, of course, may have several different impacts. For instance, in the work that we carry out on impact assessment, human rights impact assessment and AI, we analyzed a smart doll equipped by AI services, AI abilities, but at the same time, the impact is more limited. The doll may affect the interaction with the kids, may affect the manner in which the kids learn, but is limited to the kids. Nothing about the impact that a big industrial oil plant have in a specific region. So I think this different kind of scale is also reflected in the main goal of human rights impact assessment. Traditional human rights impact assessment has a main goal to support policy awareness and to create a new policy in order to have a better compliance with human rights. But when, like in Artificial Intelligence Act proposal, or also in the Council of Europe proposal for the future treaty on artificial intelligence, when we use human rights impact assessment to assess compliance, or to create some specific obligation related to the level of risk and the manner in which we address this risk, we need more specific tools that have a sort of, provide us a sort of quantification of risk, with all the limitations that are in this quantification, of course, because is not exactly a context in which we can quantify properly when we talk about human rights. But this is something that is necessary, because if we talk about high risk and there are some obligations for high risk, you have to define what is high risk, and you have to assess the level of risk. The same for the legislator. When the European Commission say this application of high risk, why are of high risk? Which kind of assessment? It's not only a political statement or a personal feeling, should be demonstrated. So I think that the model that I've designed in this article, that if you want I can also share in the chat, in the model try to figure out the level of risk, considering the likelihood, the severity. So the traditional variables that are used for risk assessment, but contextualized for AI. And as mentioned by Amy, and then I close, as mentioned by Amy, an important role is participation and experts, because the expert by themselves cannot fully understand the context without an active interaction with the stakeholders and with the organization that in the context are potentially affected by the AI application.
Thank you very much. This is extremely interesting, and I think that you really pointed out to two key elements: the global nature of the use of AI systems that required to rethink the way human rights impact assessment have functioned until now, and the importance of being able to quantify the risk. So these are two key elements. We have some questions in the chat. And I can see that the second question actually direct to what Emil and Alessandro was saying. So I will let you maybe have a look at the chat, think about it, and I will just begin by the first question on the chat from Alan Ochola. I hope that I didn't mispronounce your name. That is directed to Lorna. And Alan is asking, what model do you think can serve as best practice in artificial intelligence impact assessment? Please, Lorna.
Thanks so much for the question. So I think if we were imagining that we were going to start with a clean slate, and we could just construct an impact assessment now for the tech sector, I think we would be thinking about one type of impact assessment where we could really think through the methodology and exactly how we could identify human rights, the human rights impact. But I think we're not in that space. So what the challenge is that we have to figure out how we maximize and use the existing types of impact assessments that we already have, and how we think about the critiques of them, and particularly these ideas that they're tick box exercises, that there's not the participation or the expertise that Alessandro has just spoken about. We need to think about how to really integrate those types of features into what we already have. But then I think we need to think about the bridges between them, and how, when we take everything that we have, and if public organizations and private organizations are doing what they should be in relation to their existing obligations and responsibilities, does that get us to a place where we have sort of an effective ecosystem of impact assessments, or do we need some new ones on top of that? But it's a very complex question because they all have such different features. They're regulated by different actors, or they're not mandatory. So we really need to try and look at that tapestry and think about how we work with what we have, and then question whether we need new ones. But I certainly think that it's really critical to be thinking around participation, to be thinking around oversight of the conducting of impact assessments, the type of expertise that we need for the tech sector, which is not just technological expertise, but is the kind of context and understanding harm, which is, other types of social science expertise. But I think what cuts across all of them is regularity. My impression is if you look at the UNGPs and you look at how they've been interpreted, and you look at all the fantastic work by the Danish Institute, what we are thinking about is impact assessments regularly, so that businesses in the UNGP context are revisiting them at the point when they conceptualize an activity, or entering a market, or designing a new product. There's an impact assessment undertaken at that point in time, but then it is sort of repeated to see actually what is happening as the business continues in this new market, or as a product develops and is taken to market, that you have to keep revisiting to see what's happening, and either stopping what you're doing or changing it depending on the human rights impact. But my impression when we have been carrying out research is that impact assessments, regardless of their type, are really seen as one-off things at the beginning of an activity. And so I think that that's crucial throughout all impact assessments, is ensuring that they're revisited and the activity that is being assessed is reevaluated.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a crucial point that we didn't discuss yet, and that is absolutely fundamental, that AI is a tool that is constantly changing. The impact that it can have on individuals is also constantly changing. And so there is a need not to conduct an impact assessment once before it is launched, but regularly to assess whether new impact on individuals can emerge. You also talk about the importance of having the right stakeholder and the right expertise coming into play. And this is linked to the question from Herman Ramos that is asking who must be responsible of conducting a review and assessment of the existing data protection law in order to determine whether there is sufficient protection of human rights and private life in the context of AI systems. So Herman is asking, should a data protection authority be capable of that? Should DPA have this among their mandates, or should it be other stakeholders? So maybe I'd like to ask Emile and Alessandro to say a few words about this. And then if there are not other questions, I would have also a question for Kay. So please, Emile, maybe first, and then Alessandro.
Yeah, I think very quickly. I mean, this really goes back to discussions that I've had with Lorna and her colleagues in the past of why, we thought it was a great idea to do this research and see, when you read the GDPR, it looks like it could be great for human rights. I don't know that we have, all the information to say that it really doesn't serve that purpose very well, but it definitely seems that it doesn't. So I mean, that's a piece of trying to have that discussion. And then I think there is a discussion which maybe the DPA then should have is, should the data protection regulation even aspire to, do this, to also cover more things, or should it not? But I think, it at least should not pretend to cover a full range of fundamental rights and then not to do it. I think that's an important, and so I think it's a discussion to be had where I think all stakeholders should be invited to respond to your question, and where we should sort of pay attention. I also just to finally, I think this is true for now, the mushrooming of regulations that will, the AI regulation, the CAHI perhaps convention, mandatory human rights due diligence. Is there any coherence here? Data protection, impact assessment requirements, etc. And I think that discussion just need to be had. Then who is ultimately responsible, I'm not sure.
Thanks for this. Alessandro, do you want to bring some further clarification?
Yeah, I think that if the question is focused on data protection and the level of protection of human rights in the context of data processing, I think that according to Article 35 of the GDPR, of course, data protection authorities are entitled of this power. Another problem if this authority has enough practice and skills and competence to do that, because as mentioned in your research and in other research, there is no so evidence that human rights is at the core of data protection impact assessment. And moreover, this works in the European Union context, and although in a quite different manner in different countries, because we have to also remember that data protection authorities are not always the same. There are different kind of structure, different kind of powers, different kinds of organization, etc. And outside Europe, there is not this kind of approach. Outside Europe, there is no any reference to human rights in many data protection laws. And as mentioned also by Emile, another element of uncertainty is the future overlapping between the AI regulation and data protection regulation. And so AI authorities and data protection authorities. So I think that it's something that they can do but not necessarily they are in a position to do, and we don't know in the future what it will happen.
Thank you for this. You're absolutely right. And it's actually a perfect link to the question that I wanted to ask to Kay, because, you know, we're talking about human rights impact assessment, but for specific tools that are being used for surveillance purposes, do you think that human rights impact assessment could be sufficient in order to prevent from fundamental rights violations? You, in the introduction of this panel, you've been referring to very serious violations in Myanmar for human rights activists, for civil society organizations, and for individuals in general. Do you think, and linking so to, as Alessandro was referring to, the draft AI regulation that is currently also proposing the complete ban of certain use of AI, do you think that for specific AI tools, when potential impacts on individuals' rights and freedom are too important, human rights impact assessment could not solve them and they should simply be banned? So, Kay, if you would like to say a few words about this.
Thank you. This is also a really important question. But before I get into the human rights impact assessment, I just wanted to talk a bit about the data protection and about the stakeholders. I just thought about a perfect example that I have seen in Myanmar. And so before the coup, we had some sort of like legislation and some, somewhat working authorities or government bodies. And Telenor came into our country around 2014 after we passed the telecommunications law. And I think Telenor did the human rights impact assessment. I might be wrong on this, but we didn't have any data protection, legal framework in Myanmar. But when for example, the authority requests the data from Telenor, they will have their own like internal data protection policy, for example, when it comes to dealing with, police requesting data and etc. And that's a kind of, a practice that I have seen, how the business trying to have the kind of, policy internally to protect the data of their users. But of course, if the authoritarian state or situation is changed, dramatically, even having the internal policy is not sufficient anymore. So going back to the, human rights impact assessment, whether it is sufficient, it is really important that it is sort of like, the first basic step that the enterprise, the business, or all of the other, stakeholder do the due diligence before implementing or like even testing out these kind of like technologies. But in terms of whether the AI technology should be banned or not, I'm not sure if I have enough knowledge to say what should exist and what shouldn't. But when we talk about these technology, it is also really important that we need to demystify about the AI and the intrusive technologies, because most of the time it is also really important for the civil society to better understand so that they can advocate on these issues. But what I am seeing is because it has been all wrapped around like high-tech technology and like the word AI itself. So I feel like we really need to demystify so that people can simply understand, and not only the civil society, but a general a public, a person can have a say in this, like, hey, this is my rights and I have the rights to the privacy and stand up for themselves.
Yes, thank you very much for this clarification. I'm also looking at the time, and I see that there is also a question from Veronica Stefan in relation to to the pharmaceutical industry. So I'm just going to read that out. I've seen that, Alessandro, you already put a very short reply, but maybe you want to clarify this. So Veronica is asking, do you imagine any future where AI technologies could be regulated, such as the pharmaceutical industry? Maybe having different approaches, such as medicines versus supplements, assuming that AI technologies that are identified to have a higher risk might be regulated or assessed the way we do with medicines. So this is all about this parallel between, the current legislation to regulate the new medicines or even medical devices and AI as we have seen. So maybe Alessandro and then Emile, and then I see that there is a last question also for Kay.
Oh, thank you. Yes, this is an important scenario to look at. In my forthcoming book, I have a section that is based on the experience, for instance, of ethics committee in the context of medicine regulation, and how this experience can be also useful for AI. So in terms of our risk and the assessment in the end of experts, of course, this is an important context to consider, but there are some differences. I think the first difference is that there are it's a different technology context. In the pharma industry, we have a few players, and we have a very structured context: hospitals, clinics, research center, etc. AI can be easily developed by every guys that have enough background or access to tools and sell to a local municipality. The second point is that in the pharma, due to the huge amount of investment necessary, we have few products for a very specific purpose. In AI, is cheaper as a technology now, and you can have many products for very, very different purposes. And the point is that if the pharma industry is very regulated in terms of testing phase and trials, etc. I don't know if you can imagine to extend all this stuff to AI, because there are very, very basic AI applications. There are very, very risky applications. So it's not so easy. And please consider that also for the pharma, the European Union had some challenges in over-regulating this sector. And finally, the pharma product in the pharma industry is per se global in many sense, while a product of AI and the impact on human rights is very contextual, because the same product that is used in one context for instance, predicting policing, or also tools for education, do not fit well in another context. So it's not easy, because pharma is a global product in many cases. Thank you.
Thanks for this. Emile, you raised your hand. You wanted to...
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think maybe it's a very, very quick point, but I think maybe it's lost in the updated draft AI regulation. But initially in this white paper, I think from the EU, the very clearly segmented sort of risk sectors, risk applications, and risk kind of country context, let's say. And I think here, I mean, of course, AI is a technology, pharma is a sector, but to think, if you develop any AI system for the healthcare sector, maybe there are more requirements on explaining why you don't conduct certain assessments, for example. I mean, that might be a way to treat it, that, yes, if you can explain that you only did an AI system for the healthcare sector to help with scheduling of appointments, perhaps, then you can say, so there was no need to really focus much more on this, but we can expect that right to health might be in the crosshairs, and therefore maybe the attention level should go up. But yeah, just a short point.
Thanks a lot for this. And so because we are approaching the end of our panel, but I think that we can take a few more minutes, because I had some technical issues. So I will take the advantage to prolong a little bit the discussion. And I see that there is a last question for Kay, and it's a good one, because it's asking you, ideally, what do you think could be expected from companies? We talk about public authorities and the role of legislation, but it is true that companies also have been developed, from ethical guidelines to some internal checklists in order to ensure that fundamental rights are protected. So, in an ideal scenario, a question by Ru Pereira, what do you expect from company in all of this? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a really good question, and I'm going to refer it to the research that has been done by, Danish Institute for Human Rights together with a few other organizations and also Myanmar Responsible Business organization. So I just drop it in the chat. What we will really want, and this is not just limited to Myanmar situation, and what we would really want to see from the companies when they are entering a country is to really understand the country's context, because the countries, all of the countries have like complex history and different stakeholders, and because of sometimes it can be like conflict, and even for the conflict there can be like a lot of numerous multi-stakeholder in it. So I will say the first part is like to really understand the countries that they are entering. And also I'm just gonna, refer the ICD sector-wide impact assessment that has been done. What we would really want to see from the companies are also, to have the kind of, if there is no protection, and if they've decided that this is worth, and, we will be bringing more impact by entering this market in this country, then I will really expect to see, data protection that really, the internal policy that respect the user's rights, and also the transparency. I will say, that Talina did a lot of sustainability report every year, but we didn't see any of those similar, actions taken by other tech companies. And even when we talk about, I know that we are talking mainly about, the kind of, I've been talking about the ISP companies, but if we also look at like social media companies, even though there is like transparency report, how transparent are they? It is also really important to ask these questions, because they will say the government had requested this number of amount, but if you work on platform accountability and if you work on these issues in your country, that the government did not just ask like to request data, so it is just like, when we talk about companies, we also need to look at like a broader range of companies, and I would really want to see them really respecting the transparency, and also like remedy oversight, and yeah, so that would be something that I would really want to see from the companies. And I mean, I'm just going to quote everything from ICD Impact Wide Assessment. So please do go there and then read it. It's a really, really amazing and very important report indeed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this. Indeed, we have a few links and references in the chat, so we all have our reading for the weekend. So to wrap up, because a lot have been said today, and we will do our homework, and we will put in writing all of our discussions and everything that was said today, and it will be available in the IGF website. But what I take from this discussion, really the three key outputs, is that there is a crucial need to move away from the focus on data protection in order to look into the scale of the seriousness of impact for all fundamental rights of individuals. That's the first point. The second point is that there is a need to rethink traditional human rights impact assessment tools. Because of the scale of the impact of AI, we need to be able not only to qualify, but to quantify the risk in order to make human rights impact assessment effective support in identifying, assessing and preventing impact on individuals' rights and freedoms. And finally, the key word that I think has been mentioned by all speakers today is context. The context of the use of AI is really key in order to define case-by-case human rights impact assessments. So on this note, I would like to thank all of you for joining us today, for your questions in the chat. And I would like to put a special thanks to our speakers that have provided us with very good insights so that we can reflect a bit more on how to progress on the question of the human rights impact assessment. Enjoy the rest of the IGF. I think today is the last day, and have a wonderful weekend. Many thanks again to all of you.
Thank you. Bye.
We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
What is the meaning of this advertising? They say we despise control. What is this? What is despising control?
Perhaps we can address that in the roundtable, because I think that is an element of human rights, right?
Yeah, my God.
That is our entry cue, of course. I want to say hello to everyone. My name is Lori Schulman, and I'm welcoming you to a common bill of digital human rights and responsibilities. Many of you know me as Senior Director of Internet Policy for a Global Trade Association. Today, I'm acting in my personal capacity with regard to a subject that I care deeply about. The thoughts here expressed today are my own in my role as moderator and do not represent my employer. This session will explore the role and function of a digital Bill of Rights, which is guided by fundamental, universal human values that transcend our differences. Common principles and values are typically expressed as charters or Bill of Rights and provide the framework for emerging governance governance mechanisms. At the current stage of internet governance, this process is in its infancy, and arguably it hasn't started at all. The rights of engagement and the rights and responsibilities of our digital residency as digital citizens remain unclear. This session describes the role and function of a digital Bill of Rights and looks at the role of digital rights in the past, the present, and toward the future. We will set the stage with foundational constructs presented by Professor Klaus Stoll and Professor Sam Lanfranco. Then we will move on to a roundtable of experts that include Bruna Martins de los Santos, Brian Beckham, and Stacy King. They will discuss how they see the role and implementation of digital rights from the point of view of different stakeholder groups. Finally, I will sum up the event with Sam Lanfranco will sum up with a vision for building a Bill of Digital Rights and a vision of the path forward. Participants will be invited to join a follow-up event. This will be held as an open Circle ID forum for questions, answers, and discussions around digital rights and strategies. I will drop a link into the chat that will lead you to the post-session private discussion, open to the public, but off the IGF site. We are looking forward to the post-session exchange. We're looking forward to the next 60 minutes. I will introduce our first two speakers, Klaus Stoll. He is the co-founder and CEO of the Internet Integrity Task Force, IITF. Klaus has over 30 years of practical experience in internet governance and implementing ICTs for development and capacity building globally. He is a regular organizer and speaker at events, advisor to private, governmental, and civil society organizations, a lecturer, a blogger, and an author. Along with his IITF responsibilities, Klaus provides consultancy services in the area of internet policy and strategic partnerships. Sam Lanfranco is professor emeritus and senior scholar at York University, and he is the co-founder and president of the Internet Integrity Task Force. Sam is a development economist working on issues of innovation and sustainability in the internet ecosystem, working with regard to the advancement of science in Africa, working with Dalits in India, working on global digital citizenship and engaged digital citizenship and digital integrity within the internet ecosystem. And I'm going to hand off to Klaus.
Thank you very much, Laurie, and thank you very much online, and especially those in Katowice at the end of a very long IGF. I just switch over to share screen to move into the PowerPoint. And Laurie, could you let me know if the screen is visible?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that is wonderful. Okay, let's just simply talk about the basics of a Bill of Digital Rights and Responsibilities. I think it's everybody's talking about bills of rights, but I think responsibilities come with rights. And the problem is, it's not a problem, it's a reality that our lives today are basically a duality between the real world and the virtual cyberspace. And as such, we have not only citizens of our own countries, but we also have become citizens of cyberspace. That, of course, creates tensions. And whilst we enjoying the increasing impact of digital technologies, we also are torn by the lack of our control over them. The result is, and the reason for this is that basically the sovereignty ends at the border. Old political constructs like governments, where you could say, okay, here my country starts, this is the law of the land, and this is how it works, is no longer valid in cyberspace. And as a result, digital governments is more dominated by special interests and not common good. It's basically who can exert the most power. We are moving back to basically in pre-democracy times. That effective governance in national and global governments has a very profound effect on ourselves, because we don't know as persons, as people, how do we exercise our rights and responsibilities in cyberspace. So the missing link, basically, and the whole experience in history has shown it, that the missing link is basically a construct like a digital Bill of Rights. As we cannot and we should not answer immediately all the questions regarding governance in cyberspace, because this is subject to a lot of dialogue, a lot of exchange, and things we have to discuss, and not a single group or organization can decide on. We can say with certainty that we need a Bill of Rights, and that this has to protect us against governmental, private, sectorial arbitrariness and nepotism, as we already experience in cyberspace today. So the role of and the fundamental function is that of a Bill of Rights is to remind those who in power to pay attention to the fundamental rights of those who are subject to their powers. So the key question is now, what core values should inform that digital Bill of Rights? It's nice to say, okay, we need a digital Bill of Rights, but what are the values? And gratefully, we had, after the two great world wars, that effort to create the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this is a document which basically expresses the fundamental values which are common to us all, and it has a certain effects. It creates trust, and because where human rights are respected, trust exists. It basically provides a constitution for our global living together, and it is also a very important document on the economic side, because without fundamental trust of fundamental human rights, there is no economic development and sustainability. So, for example, also in the context of the UN, the Sustainable Development Goals and the UDHR are so closely connected that we really have to see them as two sides of the same coin. So, what happens when we extend and apply our fundamental human rights into cyberspace? So, what's actually the thing? We can restore because trust can be not created through engineering. Engineering can give us wonderful electronic tools, but it can't create trust itself. So when people say, oh, okay, let's engineer a system like a blockchain, which basically is absolutely safe and foolproof, that is wonderful and that's important, but that doesn't generate trust. The bill will shift the viewpoint of the whole discussion and the current internet discussion away from these limited interest groups, limited interest to a common human rights interest. So trust becomes the foundation of economic, social stability and development in cyberspace. The other example is quite simply that we know who we are again and that our roles are defined. Digital users are able to exercise their rights and responsibilities in cyberspace. Governments will be able to accept that they have to share sovereignty in cyberspace. And governments will be able to expect that their authority ends at their border, but that they can extend through cooperation, international treaties, and so on, based on the UDHR or Bill of Rights, their sovereignty. And the private sector will be able to accept that innovation comes with responsibility. Responsibilities become a source of economic prosperity in a new digital economy of trust. And I think this is also a very important sector because without economic underpinning, none of these governance mechanisms will work. Another example is quite simply AI. We are frightened that machines will become better people. But the real issue is not an engineering one. The real issue is not even an artificial intelligence one. The real issue is how to build algorithmic routines that observe and codified rights and observe the digital bill of rights. The point is that everybody thinks that algorithms are neutral. No, every algorithm is biased because algorithms are human-made. So if we are looking at AI, we have to see how we can actually build digital rights and values in. The same thing in the example with fake news and with freedom of speech and freedom. The point is quite simply that it gives us a framework in which we can apply our rights and our responsibilities. The fake news and manipulation can actually be checked and can be evaluated. So the outcomes is quite simply. If we have a Bill of Rights, it would enable a period of healing and restoring trust in cyberspace. We won't get there overnight. It will take a long time, but this period of healing and restoring trust is absolutely needed. And to transform the values of the Bill of Rights into experienced reality requires ongoing awareness and capacity building, stakeholder engagement, integrity-based business models, and legitimate digital government structures. Thank you very much. Sorry if I spoke too long, and I'm open and ready for question later at the open exchange question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klaus, and you were right on time. I'm literally keeping a timer, given that we have 1 hour, and so I'm very quickly going to put the spotlight on Sam. Sam Lanfranco, please.
Thank you, Laurie. Let me get my share screen going. Klaus, you have to unshare first. Okay.
I did.
Okay, thank you. Just a second.
While Sam's doing that, I want to note that I've dropped into the chat several links, links to the post-session discussion, a link to a YouTube recording of a pre-event, and Carlos Alfonso has dropped in a very interesting article that was drafted by Klaus and Sam. And Sam, take it away.
Thank you, Laurie. Okay, my presentation is going to be about how do we get to where we want to go? And my little preface is that we're going to try and do in virtual space what it took several millenniums for humans to do in literal space. We're trying to build these structures that we spent hundreds of years building. And so I'm going to talk about how we get there and how we get there hopefully a little faster. Okay, what are today's challenges? We have weak protection for digital rights, and we have very poor understanding of the notion of responsibilities. There's low integrity in our governance, business, and societal entities, low trust, and our goal, of course, is well-being and dignity for all of us in a free and open society. And I'm reminded of Harari and his book on Sapiens. We are what we build, and we can improve. Okay. What do we need to understand? As Klaus has pointed out, we are digital residents of the internet ecosystem, what he calls cyberspace. The other important point is that our virtual and literal combine to construct our reality. We have social, religious, psychic, and digital spaces that we live in. Good outcomes require integrity and trust, and that requires digital citizenship. A very important point to understand is that responsibilities are not about subservience to government. They're about mutual respect for the rights of others. A quick history lesson. We knew what we should do after World War I, after that disastrous war. But we had an anti-multilateral attitude toward the League of Nations. We had bad economics in the Treaty of Versailles. The French and British competed to shape German reparations. After World War II, we did all those things better. The cost was the interwar period with the Great Depression, the Holocaust, and World War II. If we don't understand, without understanding what efforts we do are flawed and our will tends to be weak. Okay. Today's internet ecosystem, governments defend and abuse freedoms. We have a mix of data privacy, limited data privacy, the EU, the GDPR, we have digital surveillance. We have a suspension of expression and assembly. India closes down the internet in Kashmir for half a year.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your slides are not advancing. If you'd like, I'm happy to share your slides on my screen and advance them for you, or ask you to please advance them.
Okay, let me back up, and I don't know why they're not advancing.
They're definitely not. So you can keep going, but we just want to let you know.
Okay, see if you can catch up. Okay, I will present as though there are no screens.
All right, then please stop your share screen, and I'll attempt to get us where we need to be for you. Okay?
Okay.
Just hit. I think just stop.
Yeah, I just stopped. I'm sorry.
Right. No, really, and I'm sorry to knock you off the pace, but it was mentioned in the chat a couple of times, and people are interested in the slides. So I'll share them, and I'll track you. Okay, so you follow along, and I'll catch up.
Okay, just let me go to my. Okay, so where are we today? Today we have governments that defend in small and abuse large. We also have what I call in the business sector, what I call digital colonialism, that the major FANG stocks behave very much like the Belgian king in the Belgian Congo. I'm on 5 now.
Okay, I will get us there.
Okay. So we're very much, there's a kind of digital colonialism taking place on the part of the large businesses. We are basically in digital servitude. We serve up our data in exchange for some social media access and being peppered with ads to buy things. The metaverse is going to be even more complicated because we will have either a persona or an avatar that belongs to them or is controlled by them. And is used to exploit us. At the personal level, we're in digital servitude and we're trying to acquire digital rights. This is where we're trying to go. Digital servitude and digital exploitation today, digital citizenship and democracy tomorrow. Okay, next slide. Okay, future digital rights.
No worries.
All right, future digital rights and responsibilities. Think of the principles as navigational aids. We need a global digital charter, and we need national bills. The global digital charter is like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's the agreement between nation states. And the national bills are how digital citizenship operates in each country. And as we know, digital citizenship varies widely and evolves over time. So we have to have the basic principles we need to develop. We need a global charter as a multilateral, multi-stakeholder project. We need national bills as national multi-stakeholder projects. The importance is involvement in the processes. The goals attached to the path going forward: the citizenship, integrity, building trust, and imparting integrity and trust in society's digital social fabric and its social contract, and addressing systemic issues through principles, not just symptomatic problems one at a time. Next. I'll have to say next because. Okay, Laurie.
Yeah, it's not forwarding. It's not forwarding. So
okay.
Just go ahead, Sam. I'll work on it.
All right. So what is the work to be done? We can strengthen the existing good works, greater constituency and stakeholder education. Education is really important here because for a social contract, for a social fabric, we all have to be more or less on the same page. We don't have to agree, but we have to agree what the areas of discussion are. We're not there yet. We have to address the weaknesses. We have to understand that digital citizenship is a right. It may vary by country and location, but it is a right. As I said, we have to shift to more systematic and less symptomatic approaches to things. And we have to focus on two things that have been ignored in the last little while. We have to focus on the notion of responsibilities. If you look at the pandemic, people are declaring their rights in capital letters, and they're talking about responsibilities as an invasion of their privacy by government. We have to see responsibilities as mutual, not imposed by government. And we have to extend the policy focus beyond government. Businesses have to have policies, communities have to have policies, citizens have to have policies. Okay. So moving forward, this is important. I hope you can see the slide. We need more cooks in the kitchen. A global charter and national bills are not like finding a vaccine or baking a cake. We have to build education and consensus. We have to understand digital citizenship. We have to understand multi-sector governance. We have to understand rights and responsibilities. We have to understand the internet as an ecosystem, not a vacation site. We need broad stakeholder engagement and dialogue. We need a multitude of campfires, literal and virtual working groups, symptomatic problem working groups, systemic issue working groups, multi-stakeholder working groups. We need a massive dialogue to build a global charter of digital rights and responsibilities and national bills to enshrine digital citizenship at the national level. That's it. Sorry for the mess.
Oh, it was not a mess, Sam. There was a good message here. These are just slides, and it's the ideas that count, not the slides. So I want to thank you very much. From this part of the session, we're going to go to a roundtable discussion. And I'm going to ask each of the roundtable participants to react to what they've heard from Sam and Klaus. You'll each make a statement for 4 to 5 minutes. If you need less, that's fine, because that means there's more time for discussion. And after the 3 statements, get into the discussion and wrap up in about 30 minutes. Our 3 roundtable participants come from all different parts of the internet ecosystem, and I'm very pleased to introduce Bruna Martin de los Santos. She is the German Chancellor Fellow at the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and a visiting researcher at the Berlin Social Science Center, known as the WZB. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from Brazil Central University, and she is a specialist in regulation, intermediaries responsibility, personal data protection, and human rights in the digital age. Next, we have Brian Beckham, who is the head of the Internet Dispute Resolution section at the World Intellectual Property Organization, known as WIPO, where he's responsible for the day-to-day management and oversight of all WIPO domain name operations, including human resources, administration, finance, and internet technology, and related IP and DNS policy activities. Prior to joining WIPO, Brian was employed in a legal private practice representing clients in trademark, telecommunications, and nonprofit matters. He also provided strategic advice and legal implementation in relation to new GTLD applications. He is deeply engaged in the policy development process at ICANN. From Brian, it is my pleasure to introduce Stacey King, Policy Fellow at Oxford Internet Institute. Stacey's research is focused on the interplay between national and international regulatory structures and policies, and the emerging development and use of artificial intelligence, particularly as they relate to intellectual property, the public domain and commons, and data. Stacey works for a US-based tech company, previously served as Senior Digital and IP Counsel in London for a European luxury goods company, and has worked at several US law firms. She is a member of the advisory board of the UK-based Center for Democracy and Peace Building. Stacey is participating on the panel in her personal capacity and is not representing the views of any employers, past or present. I'm going to start with Bruna. Bruna, please share your reaction to what you heard from Klaus and Sam.
Hi, Laurie, and hi, everyone in the room. We have a group here as well, just so you know, just about 10 to 20 people, I guess. So hello. Thanks again for the introduction, Laurie. And starting with some reactions about the presentations before, I would say that maybe from a very high level position, you could say that citizens don't fully understand their digital rights, but I would also say that when we live in a world in which governments continue to pose threats to whatever rights we have, it's demeaning to our understanding of what they can be, what do we need, and what rights do we in fact have. So, and just bringing this to start speaking about Brazil, because despite the moment that we're living, like with continuous institutional governmental threats and attacks to the current states of digital and human rights in the country, it's kind of interesting to see how some things still come up to our minds and to society as well. Like Brazil, luckily enough, has created a good tradition in multi-stakeholder participation, and I guess processes such as the Internet Steering Committee, the CGI.br set of principles for the internet governance in Brazil, but also the construction of legislation such as the Data Protection Bill and the Marco Civil as well were kind of the two main processes that allowed everyone to be in the table with the same level of parity to legislators, to the private sector, and anyone else that just wanted to participate. And in those processes, the compromise of the main actors that were behind them was kind of the key part of it all, because we were lucky enough to have parliamentarians such as Orlando Silva at the time that made sure that everybody was going to have something to say. And throughout this process, I guess that civil society and many of these sectors in Brazil, they got to be educated in this and what is multi-stakeholder participation, what is lawmaking processes, and whatever, and what are the stakes, and how can we better negotiate and also talk to more people at the same time. So that is one thing. We need to continue, and that's pretty much obvious to everyone that's here. We need to continue including more and more people, and not just the policy wonks, not just us, but including whoever else wants to join the internet governance and regulation conversation. And just to wrap up this initial points, we have also been seeing a list when we start to speak of a common set of principles or a bill of digital human rights and responsibility. We also need to discuss maybe who will be the ones responsible for implementing that, because we have seen in the past year some very interesting initiatives, such as the Internet Rights and Principles Charter, the Contract for the Web, and the two the most recent initiatives from the UNSG, the Digital Roadmap for Digital Cooperation and the Global Digital Compact, which was just launched. But if we are talking about in a space that's like very keen on multi-stakeholderism, but if we are discussing a set of principles that's going to be negotiated, applied, and deployed in a multilateral or even like top level way, that's kind of not the way necessarily the way forward. So just to wrap up, I would just point out that to me, it's also important in this conversation that we try to understand who are we aiming these initiatives at, who are we talking to, and how can we better like engage other sectors and people into the deployment of all of these ideas and principles and sets of rights, because some of them might have not worked, some of them are still on the making, and I'm not yet sure, and I'm being very honest, like if we need a new set of principles or a new set of rights, or just to re-emphasize them, if governments would just continue to refuse to uphold human rights and digital rights all over the world. So I guess I'll stop here because I might have gone over time. So thank you, Laurie.
Oh, thank you very much, Bruna. No, you were right on time. No worries. Next, Brian Beckham.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I should start by giving a slightly boring caveat that I'm speaking in a personal capacity. I would start by saying I completely agree with what's been said before. And so I would sort of, what I wanted to focus on was, let's say we've kind of accepted universally a certain set of propositions in terms of rights and responsibilities online, and I'm already looking ahead sort of at next steps. If you look, for example, if you look at the UDHR, you have concepts of security and order and rights against infringement and free participation in society and life. And so I think a lot of the focus has been so far on what's done with one's data online, what's done with your data by intermediaries, by platforms, et cetera. And that's a very important part of the conversation. And it presents a really interesting dilemma in terms of privacy questions. And one of the things that I've noticed, especially this holiday season shopping online, is that there's a bit of a free-for-all going on online, and it's really difficult to know with whom you're transacting business. And one of the things that I've seen emerging is a sort of a desire from legislators and policymakers to address that. In the US PTO, for example, they recently rolled out an electronic identity verification process so that applicants and registrants for trademarks in the United States have to identify themselves. And in the Digital Services Act, there's discussion of removal of exemptions from liability if there's not contact information provided by platforms of the vendors that they're acting on behalf of. And so this really kind of tees up a tension between the desire for, on the one hand, privacy and control over what's happening with one's information online as, let's say, an ordinary user, and that same concept of privacy and anonymity applied in a commercial transaction sense. And so one question is if there's a way to address this tension, and on one superficial level, of course, there's the question of whether there can be a dichotomy between anonymity for private use and a lack of anonymity or information about vendors for commercial and public uses. It also deals with free speech issues. And so one of the things when I sort of look at this through the lens through which I operate my daily work, we run what's called the UDRP, the Uniform Domain Name Dispute Resolution Policy at WIPO. And that's basically a way for trademark owners to tackle what's called cyber squatting or infringement of their brands online. And that's a process that was developed about 20 years ago, and it's been working very well since. And so one of the questions that's come up and this was actually addressed in a discussion 2 years ago at a conference at WIPO, this was actually on the 20th anniversary of the UDRP, was whether there aren't lessons that can be learned from the UDRP process that can be applied towards platforms. Because when you go online, for example, if I scroll down my Facebook feed or I'm shopping on one of the big platforms, let's be honest, there's a lot of infringing and fake products out there. And there's of course possibilities to flag those up to the platforms. But what happens after that tends to be a bit of a black box. I don't know as a reporter if the good has been taken down, if the person has reacted to my notice to the platform. If I were the vendor, I'm not sure what the process is for dealing with that. So what we hear from rights holders is that dealing with disputes on the platforms is still today seen as a bit of a black box. There's not really any clarity around the process. Who are the decision makers? Are there counter notice possibilities, et cetera? And so one of the things we looked at from the UDRP perspective is, are there aspects of this global trademark abuse system that can be applied towards platforms, towards identity, towards speech, towards the various issues that come up with this intersection of the desire for privacy and controlling information and transparency for digital transactions on the other hand. And so what we kind of arrived at was, in terms of the lessons learned from the UDRP, that I would say, if we accept the premise that there's a foundation of a need to address these issues, the kind of the core principles were clarity on process. So in the UDRP, you have several legal criteria that must be met. They're listed online in black and white for both the accuser and the defender to see. So there's clarity on both the legal and the substantive process. There's, in the case of the UDRP, there's actually a human review of the complaint. And obviously at internet scale, that's not possible. So what had kind of emerged was you need, and I know Stacy is going to talk next about AI issues, is some sort of automation, but even the automation principles, agreement on the legal standards, the due process standards, the et cetera. And so if you are able to deploy some sort of automation for disputes that are arising, whether it revolves around speech or transactions online, if there's a need for an escalation process to where the sort of the decision-making process is plucked up from the automation and then turned over to a neutral decision maker. And then a core question, and this actually came up in an article written earlier this year, published in the Financial Times by Frederick Mostert, was in terms of the question of due process, is whether there's also a benefit, and certainly we've seen this to be the case in the UDRP, for publication of decisions. Again, I mentioned, if I see a fake set of something being sold on a platform and I report that to, Facebook or Instagram, it's not clear to me what happens to that complaint. And so in the context of the UDRP, all of the now 55 some odd thousand decisions that we've published at WIPO are available online for everyone to see. So you can look back and see, what was the decision-making process? How was that arrived at? What's the result? And that helps to inform future decision makers, future complaints processes. And in fact, in our case, we were able to produce a body of jurisprudence around that. But the core concept is clarity on the process throughout, from the complaints to the decision-making process, to help inform people what are the rules of the road when we talk about rights and responsibilities in terms of digital transactions, in terms of questions of free speech moderation and so on. So with that, thank you very much, Lori. I'll turn back over to you and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And I'm going to move now to Stacy King. I will also note we do have a question in the chat. So when Stacy is finished, I will post the question to the group.
Great. Thank you, Lori. I do want to just do a quick call out that today is Human Rights Day. So it's this discussion is coming at a great time. 73 years ago, the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Lots has changed since 1948. But one of the fundamental changes we've seen is the transference of the individual from a mostly real world environment to a split residence with the real world and the digital world. And these are all the digital spaces that we live part of our lives in, whether it's websites or social media, mobile, connected devices, whatever it may be, work now. And the internet, when it was originally envisioned, we see it as a way for academics to connect and to share content, or in some cases for governments to keep information more secure. But it has clearly moved way beyond that sort of way that we see the internet. It's now seen as something that moves markets, and it is seen as a way to position countries in sort of global political power. And as we've built these layers on top of the internet, that gives governments and companies and other people not only insight into what traditionally has been considered a part of our private lives and our physical beings, we're also seeing some level of control, knowingly or not, transferring with that. The people who built the World Wide Web, the people who built the internet, or the devices that operate off it, the businesses that operate off of it, they didn't have nefarious intent. So technology has been built on this concept of, can we do something? It's a puzzle, it's curiosity. It's built off of development and innovation and the desire to change status quo. They didn't have dreams at the time of taking down democratic systems or monetizing human weaknesses for profit. These same companies and individuals, again, approach this as a can we do it problem. They were trying to create these interesting new spaces. Did they seek profit? Of course. Companies aren't doing these things for free. But did they seek profit at the expense of human rights? No, I don't believe that. And until recently, many people didn't think of something like the UDHR as being applicable to a company's business model or to engineering architecture or digital spaces that they use. They saw it as more applicable to governments who oversee communities, people, and their lives. More and more, though, these lives are being lived online in digital and borderless spaces that are regulated by the companies that run them. And there are many who understand the loopholes, the weaknesses, and ulterior uses of these technologies and systems, and do use them at the expense of human rights. For the average person, and that can be an individual, it can be a regulator, it can be an engineer who's working at one of these companies or a CEO at a startup, how and where we lose our individual rights in this space is really murky. It's hard to understand the technology itself, what it can and cannot do. And as we do move into worlds that are similar to what you're hearing now, the metaverse, where our person is truly a digital form in a digital world, but with real world implications, or to this idea of general artificial intelligence, so truly intelligent machines, where we may one day turn over systems, operations, or a machine that makes military decisions or ranks citizens by their value to a given society by some algorithm. These systems, who builds them, what they're built on, what they collect, how they're used and by whom, and those safety nets against misuse by those with ulterior motives becomes really, really important. The technologies themselves have huge potential benefits. These things can cause like really great things for humans, but as the World Wide Web has maybe taught us, they also have the potential to be destructive if not developed and used properly. This doesn't mean we should prevent development and use of new technologies, but rather we should develop and use them in a manner that's guided by those pillars that the UN holds up of peace and stability, development, and human rights, which seems, as a given, but it's really difficult. This is where it becomes difficult. And to do this, we have to actually inject, I think, a new cultural mindset from the one that's developed over the past 3 decades. So we need to move away from the idea of, can we do something, to a question of, should we do something? Should we build these systems or use them in a certain way? It needs to be more proactive in the thought that goes into these developments. Human rights are critical to this analysis. And we've already seen examples of human rights violations that are linked to AI, for example. And this is early days of AI. So mostly in the way AI has been employed, such as used by governments to identify protesters through facial recognition, or in the underlying data used to instruct algorithms, such as racially biased assessments of prison recidivism rates. And we know that the encroachments that space is powered by digitization and big data have brought. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that many democratic societies are being tested to their limits, in part by the misuse of data to target individuals with misinformation. So it's impacting our social structures, our markets, and our individuals. So how do we address these issues and make sure they become as fundamental a piece of development and business models of digital systems? That's the big question. It's not something that can be solved by one group. And Sam points out that need for collaboration. It isn't simply as easy as regulating the space. It's not as simple as stating, well, we shouldn't allow this technology to exist. And it's not as simple as pointing at corporate profit or power as the evildoer. Nor, on the flip side, is self-regulation the answer, because profit and power can corrupt. And we can't leave it to the individual to make sure they read the privacy policy and acquiesce, because people do have a base level of rights, even in spaces that they don't understand. So we're in an unfortunate place of mistrust right now. And what we need is a combination, it's a collaboration of all the groups involved to sit down and agree there is a baseline we want to protect in these digital spaces, to brainstorm on how we do that. How do we build this in? It's a baseline of rights an individual has regardless of where they are and what they're doing. But this is a tough thing to do because everyone has gone to their corners and kind of are insisting that their way is the only way. And let's be honest, some stakeholders have made better attempts at collaboration than others, and the mistrust can be for good reasons, but we need to find ways to get past that. If we can't get those who fundamentally understand these technologies and how they're built to the table, we're not going to be able to do this. And meanwhile, these systems that the UDHR helps to hold up, so peace and development and stability, they're eroding. It's critical that we take an honest look across all of our stakeholders, not at how much money we want to make or how strong we want our militaries or to philosophical theory for what the individual should want, or at an amazing solution that's not technically implementable. We want to take a look at those basic human rights that help secure ourselves and our societies and translate them to the digital persona. It's going to take all of us agreeing on a base level of playing rules that protect the individual as these technologies develop, disrupt, innovate, all those things that we like, but ideally to make our lives better.
Stacey, thank you. Yeah, I think that was very profound in looking at the different aspects of the question. We do have a question from the participants. I'd like to throw it out to the entire roundtable, but I'll ask Bruna to go first if she has thoughts about this question. And the question comes from Raquel Reno-Nunez. She asks, besides the aspects mentioned here until now, do you think a digital Bill of Rights could help shifting the understanding of universal connectivity from a mere development and economic aspect to a more freedom of expression aspect, right to access information, right to education, and currently even right to health?
Thank you, Laurie, and thank you, Raquel, as well for the question. Well, I think this has been pretty much on the agenda for the past years. Like, if you look at the UNSG Digital Cooperation Roadmap, there has been also a roundtable, a multi-stakeholder roundtable that was aiming to look into connectivity issues and how were they talking to other things such as Raquel mentions, access to information, right, education, and there is this at least a streamlined position that these things are like all intertwined, but like there's also, to me at least, there's still the part of the implementation side. So not just the implementation, but like how are governments in fact what are governments in fact doing apart from just acknowledging that this is a right, that this is connected to freedom of expression, this is connected to access of information and everything else. So I don't know how to answer this question, but I do think that this is a topic that has been indeed been in a lot of our agendas and initiatives for the past years, but I do also happen to think that this is an issue of implementation beyond just an acknowledgement, a general acknowledgement that we need to improve on connectivity and how this is also a fundamental right and everything else. So I guess I would put it like that for now.
Thank you, Bruna. Brian or Stacey, do you have anything else to add?
Nothing particular to add from my perspective, except to agree and say that the short answer to the question would be absolutely. I mean, as these things converge, more and more, it's trite to say that the internet is integrated into our daily lives, but absolutely, yes would be my reaction.
Thank you, Brian. Stacy?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with all of that. As more and more regions really come online, whether it is through a laptop or through a mobile device or some other means, and as systems are being deployed more and more behind the scenes that impact people's lives, that connectivity piece and getting people access is absolutely critical. I would encourage as much as possible that we look at how we enable governments to manage this versus necessarily relying on private sector in a lot of these spaces. How do we, again, collaborate? I mean, it keeps coming back to collaboration, but how do we collaborate to try and get that connectivity out there?
Thank you. Stacy, you said something that intrigued me. People have rights, even in spaces they don't understand. So I think one of the challenges are not just the end user not understanding, but governments themselves not understanding how the internet works. I mean, we've seen testimony in the United States where US representatives have asked tech industry representatives questions, and those questions have unfortunately conveyed ignorance sometimes of how stuff works.
Yeah.
And I wanted the group to talk a little bit about that. I mean, we're talking about very high level concepts of human rights, but how do we connect the how stuff works with these very high level concepts in a way that would translate this idea of, well, even if you don't know what your rights are, you have them.
Yeah. I mean, this to me is the pressing question that we need to actually work on quickly. And that is because when you look at what we see today in the digital space, you're right, people don't understand it. There's a small group of the population that understands how these things operate and how they connect and what they are built off of. I mean, even within a lot of the companies, people don't fully understand how it all works. And it can be really technical. As we move into, you hear about things like a metaverse, which isn't likely going to be built by one company. It's likely going to be built by a wide variety of companies and individuals off of a variety of technologies. And as you move into things like AI, where it is very, very easy in a short period of time to lose a sense of how things were built, what they were built off of, and the bias that went into them, there is bias that goes into these systems. It's not all harmful bias, but that's the key. Like, how do I track down those harmful bias? Trying to explain that to a group of people, it gets more and more difficult. And as we build these systems out, it's going to be harder for us to document and track. And that discussion right now is critical. How do we educate people with a base level of knowledge to really understand what they are giving up and what they are gaining when they use these technologies? And when they're built, how do we build it in a way that is responsible? That if we can't get that right and get that right soon, I think we're going to see some real problems.
I'm going to interject with a thought that I feel like the capacity building is, so much, and very often capacity building is discussed in terms of end users, but I think there's a huge need for capacity building at the governmental level, at the regulatory level, of having those who actually legislate rules understand what they're legislating, because you can fall into some pits, and we've seen it already with some of the privacy laws and some of the questions being raised in the European Union's proposed AI regulation. I'm going to ask Brian or Bruna if they have any additional thoughts, anything else they'd like to chime in about.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. Just one thing. I mean, what Stacy mentions is, gives a lot of interesting food for thought. And I think one of the things that kind of strikes me, just kind of looking at the news these days, in terms of collaborating and shared values. Unfortunately, I guess I would push back and say I'm not sure that we're even there. And so that kind of begs the question, one person's free speech is offensive to another person, and so how do you deal with that? And especially when the lines between what happens online and offline are increasingly blurred. If you look at the GDPR recital 4, it talks about the fact that privacy is not an absolute right, and it has to function in relation and proportionality to other rights in society. In the US, we have this concept of you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. And so I think it's maybe it's high time for, people, legislators to put down some markers on what are the boundaries on acceptable conduct. And that might help frame the discussion, going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Bruna?
Yeah, maybe just building up from there. I think in Brazil, not just in Brazil, but I guess all over the world, we are kind of seeing this moment of legislators setting some boundaries. Like we have all when we look at things such as the whole discussion about platform governance and intermediary liability and everything related to that, we have been changing a lot in the ways we all think this discussion, because you can say that the majority of this debate around, platform governance started around Section 230, the EU e-commerce directive, and how we didn't want to be too impositive or too incisive over the internet environment and companies and such. But now, looking at the internet we have in 2021, we can also look back at legislation such as the Marco Civil, the Brazilian one, and say, well, that was a good compromise for the time, but now there is this increasing need for us to continue developing, boundaries or lines, but still with a human rights centered approach, and also still upholding this multi-stakeholder participation we speak so highly of. But there is this changing, there is this kind of like a new tone to how can we regulate the internet indeed, and that is also something that's very interesting to see right now. I mean, unless we're speaking about very bad regulations and must carry obligations such as the ones Bolsonaro tried to implement in Brazil, but I do agree that there is this kind of change in the tone.
Thank you, Bruna. We have 3 minutes left. So I'd like to give the room an opportunity to ask a question, and then we'll give the final minute to Professor Lanfranco. So is there anybody in the room? We're so pleased to see so many in the room. To be honest, some of the rooms I've clicked into, there's been 1 or 2 people, so it's great to see so many today. Thank you. If you have any questions, please physically raise your hand, and Bruna will call on you. Yes.
Yes, we have Yari here.
Thank you, Yari. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yes, I just want to know how could you how could you address questions of responsibility when it comes to, for example, automation decision-making processes that they need to, for example, attend people or examine people in health, or maybe that they need to make a decision of some process and they end harming a person, a patient, or someone that they are giving the service. So I would like to know how could you relate the human right violation and how the responsibility could be addressed in these kind of cases.
Does anybody want to take that question? Sam, you can take it too, if you choose. It's not limited to the round table. Anybody on the panel? Klaus? If you'd like us to follow up with an answer, we can do that as well. So, Klaus? I'm sorry, Stacy?
No, I mean, I would just say, that is the big question, right? Not just in terms of medical use, but I think in all of these technologies as they become more and more interwoven into sort of what we traditionally seen as human activities, medical advice, those types of things. Those are the places we really need to sit down and say, okay, how do we balance, basic human rights and basic regulations that we already have for those human activities and carry them over into that digital space? It can't be a free for all, because it is interwoven with our lives now in fundamental ways that we don't necessarily see. When you do a Google search or a search engine search right now, you're proactively putting information out there, and you know what you're typing in, and you're getting some results and can choose from it. But when you're getting a medical opinion on something, you may not know in the background that it's an algorithm that reviewed the scan of your lungs or whatever it may be. And so, we do need to look at are our laws and regulations and industry ethical guidelines and all of those things, are they fit for purpose? And if they're not, and if they can't be extended to it, then how do we remedy that? And what do we value?
Thank you, Stacy. Colin Hayhurst has a question, and then we're going to have to wrap this up because we're at the hour. So Colin, if you could please ask the question and we can answer it quickly, and we'll close out this session and remind that the discussion will continue. Klaus dropped a link into the chat, and you can go right ahead over to the link. So please go ahead.
Yeah, well, I guess I've got many questions, so maybe I'll join the chat over afterwards. But a quick one, I guess, would be picking up on Klaus's point about new digital bill of rights. I mean, I would suggest, things are happening too fast. We can't wait a decade for changes. We need to have companies, special interests, respect the rights that are already there, which are being broken. So I guess my question would be is that, Klaus mentioned that digital governance is dominated by special interests, not the common good. So how would you propose to bring those special interests into that process and have them participate in a constructive process?
I think the answer to that question, I want to answer from the point of view of that journey which Sam LaFranco and I took since the last 2 years, by basically writing that series on the UDHR and internet governance, and looking at each article of the UDHR. And to be absolutely honest, I began that series of articles and thinking, okay, we need to rewrite the UDHR somehow to fit the digital age. And the more we looked at it, the more we got gobsmacked and in awe how applicable the UDHR is actually for cyberspace. And it's not a question of writing something new, it's to translate one thing one into the other, how to extend the UDHR into cyberspace. And that brings me to that central question which Bruna asked right at the beginning of her thing. So who's implementing it and who are we addressing it? That's a good question. What we found out, there is a question before. How can we get these governments? How can we get these private sector entities? How can we get civil society to take and respect the UDHR as the ultimate standard and then act based on that? It's not about who. I think the players are in place, and special interests have an absolute right. I respect special interests, but as long as they are exercised inside the framework of the fundamental human rights, as simple as that. There's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you there. You have one more sentence because we're well over time.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Your final thought. I'm sorry, but the IGF is running on a tight schedule. They will just cut the link, and that would be a pity to happen. So I want to thank everybody. I want to encourage people to go to the Zoom room that we've posted in the chat. I want to
just give me a minute to open it. Be patient.
Yeah. Okay. Klaus will open it. And Klaus, you can sign off and open it. That would be the easiest for you. And I want to thank everybody, and very much looking forward to this discussion in the next few minutes and over the next course of the year and onward. We want to thank the government of Poland, the MAG, the organizers of the IGF. This has been really a wonderful opportunity to discuss some fundamental issues that people have been thinking about and will continue to think about moving forward. So have a great rest of your day at the conference, and we look forward to seeing you next year when hopefully we have a part 2. Thank you.
digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Yeah, I think so.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, can you, is there much background noise on your side?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so I need to find a solution where I have less background noise. Okay, it should be better normally. So hello everyone, I see that we have, so welcome. We had an issue with the link. We were not capable to activate the link, so I'm sorry for that. This is why we are a bit late in the process. I see that we have 3 persons in the room. Is that true, or are there more people? Okay, 3, 3, okay. And we have online, we have 3 persons. So it's a round which is very cozy. And we are going to talk about the process we have been organizing and deploying between 2017 and 2020, and that we want to go on working with, and it's called With the Internet. Before that, I would propose that we do a round of presentation because we are not that many people, so it wouldn't take too much time. And I propose that maybe Maria, you can start the round, and then we will see the people online, the people in the room.
Yes, hi everyone. Hi Hélène, Richard and Raymond who are with us online. I'm Maria Tazi. I work at Mission Publique and specifically around the We the Internet project that is led and initiated by Antoine here. And I'm also Mission Publique's communications manager, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you, Maria. I would go over to Richard.
Hello, bonjour. Hello, I'm in Brussels. I'm represent Semantis and Le Monde des Possibles in Liège, and we are also partner with Eurolink, the association which is present in Katowice, with Louis Pouzin and Chantal Lebrumont. And we have been active with Mission Publique during the consultation for With the Internet in Liège. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed, you were the partner for Belgium for that project. I would like to give the floor to Raymond.
Hi, good afternoon from Accra, Ghana. My entity is E-Governance and Internet Governance Foundation for Africa. We are a civil society that engages in internet governance, e-governance, digital inclusion, privacy, among others. So I'm here to network and learn from your session.
Thank you. I hear the movie, but I can't see it. Is it me? Okay, sorry. I had sound on my side. So now let's go to the room. We have 3 people in the room. May I ask you to present yourselves from the room? But I suppose you need to go to a microphone or have the microphone. Yes.
Yes, you are me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
My name is Chantal Lebrumont from France, and I am from the French association Eurolink. I'm here in Katowice with my colleague Louis Pouzin here, and we work a lot with domain names, languages, security, but also about how to have an internet ethics internet. So we are very proud to be here, and we work a lot. We want to work a lot with Mission Publique about this.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Ramunė Petuchovaitė. I'm from Lithuania, but I work for international non-for-profit organization called Electronic Information for Libraries. And I am manager for Public Library Innovation Program. And we work currently mostly with capacity building for public librarians in Africa to do innovative programs and digital skills training for different target groups. So I'm following you on social medias, and I was interested to hear more.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have a third participant in the room. That's Louis, no? Or that I see behind, or? Yes, it is. Okay.
Right.
Voilà, Louis. Bonjour.
Chantal and I were working in the same direction, even though we participate in various groups, which are either recent or which have been created already 10 years ago or more. So that's mainly all questions which are related to internet, but mainly in areas where we need more freedom, more attention for the institutions, and it's also more universality by having a lot of partners in many countries. So that makes us, in a way, always interested by the groups which are created, a little bit like here in here. And we are usually attending their sessions and make contact with the participants.
Thank you, Louis. So I'd say we are round, which is little enough to have a more discussion than a presentation. But I think maybe it's good if, Richard, you know the process.
Yes, thank you.
I think you know the process will give you some. Yes, Richard.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I tried to send you an online question yesterday, but the IGF website didn't work, so it's not a problem. I can ask you. Yes, in fact, with our association Semantis and Le Monde des Possibles in Liège, we work with end user for training ICTs and language. But now we would like to, to proceed with a selection, for example, of end user or a representative of refugees, etc., to participate in a consultation like you do with Mission Publique. And it's not so easy because participants are non-expert, or sometimes they are expert, but they don't speak English, etc. So a good thing with you, and we learned the process in Liège with internet. It was good, huh? It was good with good animation and good format. But we would like to expand with you and other partners this kind of consultation and how to proceed with end user, non-experts. It's very important in the future of internet governance as such, because we want to reach also the ground, the basis of accessing internet, citizen, etc. Okay, thank you. That's a question and a remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I wanted to propose that maybe for Raymond and Ramona, I give a couple of key elements of what we've been doing. So even if you may have followed us on social media or seen a bit of information around the process, that you know the cornerstones. And I would mainly then focus on the process, and we could discuss about it and how we tackle that question of, as you said, Richard, end users and internet governance. So I will share my screen for a couple of minutes and give you some elements on with the internet and what we've been doing in the past years. So the idea we have with the internet is to test, to improve, and finally to institutionalize internet governance with and for the citizens. Our starting point was that there is the internet, and it's a global phenomenon. It's a global good, but there is no corresponding. And we know it, governance which fits those problems. So models like IGF were invented, tested, and implemented. Our question is, how do we manage to bridge back that discussion between stakeholders to the citizens? So this building that bridge between end users, as you call them, Richard, and stakeholders, decision makers. And for this, we developed and we designed the Global Citizens Dialogue. And we had in 2020 the first edition of that global dialogue. Before that, in 2019 and 18, we had run test runs and we had pilots, but the real implemented large implementation was in 2020. We had around 80 partners at national level. We had around 80 countries that participated in the Citizens Dialogue and the Stakeholders Dialogue that we did in June of 2020. And we had around more than 5,000 participants in those countries. And as we talk about end users, as we talk about ordinary citizens, for us it's very important to recruit the participants so that they represent the diversity of their country. So as you see, our participants were more or less half female, half male, and some neutral or other. We had a huge representation of people under 25, which is relevant if we compare it to the global population and the number of youth in the global population. And we had also a diversity of occupation of the participants, from students and pupils to unemployed, retired people. So I want to go deep into the detail of the results. I would like to highlight some of the more process-oriented results. The first one is we asked the citizens after the discussion, so they had to discuss. So the process, to make it clear, was during a full day. They had a full day of discussion. And they had 4 topics to discuss. The first one was internet and themselves, so how they interact with internet, what is their usage and what they think about internet as a whole. Then the question of data and how they use the data and how they consider that data should be handled. We had the third question was around disinformation, so the question of the digital public sphere and disinformation. And the fourth one was about artificial intelligence, and we had a more open session on the future of internet governance, so the question of governance itself. When we asked people after the session, for example, on data, if their understanding had improved, and you see a huge majority of the people that said, okay, my understanding has improved. So there is a very strong learning effect of such a process where they have that information which is compact and given to them, and then they have the capacity to discuss with other citizens. And then they come to solutions, or they answer some questions, or they answer some exercise that they have to do together. And then we see that there is a high level of knowledge gain during this. Also, in terms of attitudes, we see that when people go through such a process, they are in the majority willing to change their attitude. And as you see it, some of them will want to share more data. Some of them want to share less data. So you see that it's not only going in one direction, but there is a clear effect on attitudes. So here you have a couple of examples of the dialogue in October 2020 in different countries of the world. And I'd like to also highlight something that maybe for you, Ramona, will be interesting. We asked citizens what would be a good way of fighting disinformation, and we proposed them different solutions. So you see that where the table of solutions and a table of stakeholders. So who should take action and how should they take action? And the results were very clear, and we asked the people to work as a subgroup, so a group of people take together and coming to an agreement on what should be the priority. And of course, or not of course, but very interestingly, the first priority is education, but it's also for the people the most the priority and the most impactful. And we asked them to judge if this was the case for public bodies, for civil society organization. Oui.
Oui, j'arrive. Hein? Vous laissez, j'arrive.
Okay. And for the private sector. And in all three cases, they said, okay, yes, it's a priority and it's impactful for public bodies, as you see it. So it's 75% or 70% of the groups, so not the individuals, but the group after the discussion. Yes, it's a priority for civil society. And yes, it's a priority for the private sector. And it's impactful. So it's interesting to see that for them, they see education as one of the main tools. And then as a maybe a last input on my side before we can enter the discussion, we asked them if citizens' dialogues should become the part of the decision-making process on the future of the internet. And clearly they said yes, after that experience, that it could be a way to have that connection. And I think that is we can stop here and enter the discussion. For me, as we prepared this session, we were thinking, okay, what could be discussion anchors for when we talk about that model? So we have gathered together a couple of questions, but at the same time, we can have a very open discussion and answer questions with you and understand how we can go with the next step. But those questions were for us maybe to inspire. So how the result do they inspire you for your strategy, for your work, and what do they mean for us as a community working on internet governance? And what are the most meaningful in relation with the IGF agenda? I will stop here my presentation, and I'd like to open the discussion and see what are your feedback and how we can pursue the discussion. So we have here, yes, someone in the room. I think it's maybe Andre. Andre, is it you? Yes, it's Andre. How are you?
Hello. Good on, Anton. Nice to meet you.
Nice
actually.
to see you. Yes, I'm so happy.
I have some improvements on myself. I'm now at McGill University in Montreal, Canada.
Wow. Okay. And very good.
I am by the way, for the general public, I am the national organizer of the debates in Russia, which happened in October 2020. So, and we have a long cooperation with Missions Publiques, and I hope this cooperation will continue in somehow. In our opportunities that I have in Canada, maybe.
Yes, that's so. Tell me, how is the IGF in Poland? How was the week?
Yeah, so it was very nice, and I'm really glad. I'm really happy that the forum was organized in hybrid format, not totally actually online. And that's a really positive thing. Absolutely.
So may I ask, for us, one of the question is how the results we produce through such dialogues resonate or not with the discussion at IGF. What is your feeling? Is something or the things that are being discussed this year, are they very disconnected from the priorities that we could see citizens set last year? Or are they for you something that are aligned where you see a level of support of the citizens that we had last year in comparison to the discussion?
Mm-hmm. But actually, the last event I attended with presenting results of the Russian debates was in February. There was the week of safer internet in Moscow, when we had discussion with members of parliament, and I presented the results. But after that, I was unable to participate in this because I was in process of my immigration, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, I think in Canada, but feeling this opportunity, I am in the organizing team, which will be asking government of Canada to bring the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, to Montreal in 2024. And before that, I hope that will be a project maybe in Canada, because let's think about this.
Yeah, thank you, Andre. So indeed, I saw the news that there is a campaign to make Montreal the place for 2024. So I mean, maybe it's time also to connect. No, why we do that? It's also a question of what is our middle term planning, and clearly we aim at 2025 a landing point to understand how until then we can progress and make the case and test and show that it makes sense to have that kind of processes for internet governance, and that they could become part of the normal way of doing internet governance by 2026. I'd like to ask, so we have Richard with us. Richard has joined us. Richard, could you maybe present yourselves? So we have an idea. So I'm Antoine, and one of the coordinator with the internet process.
Yes, I'm so Richard Delmas. I'm
no, Richard Fitten. Richard, you already presented yourself, but Richard Fitten, and indeed we have two Richards here. So okay. I'm very sorry. Okay. I wanted to ask the other Richard to present himself.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Richard Fitten. I'm a family doctor in England. I've just been presenting to another international conference of free software for electronic health records. And I joined the webinar yesterday on information governance and health. My particular interest in information governance in the United Kingdom, and indeed in Europe and America really, has been the processing of personal health data, both by patients and by families, and both by governments and also by private organizations. And I've also had some interest and followed the debate in our parliament on the use of artificial intelligence and data processing. One particular instance we had was Google DeepMind, which is a very fantastic set of software, but using people's personal information 2 or 3 years ago in a way that didn't actually perhaps coincide with the general data protection regulations of Europe. As over the last 20 months, digitalization of medicine has gone at a very, very fast speed. And I understand that most international organizations think it should proceed just as quickly. I've presented in 2016 to a conference in St. Petersburg in Russia on the requirements, the hope I have for the requirement for the United Nations to be involved. I know they have lots of other responsibilities with some form of oversight of the 7 or 8 different standards that are involved in health data processing. They produce the legal standards within countries, there's clinical governance standards, there's transparency, public discussion, and also citizen engagement and understanding. that I've been involved with a lot in the United Kingdom because myself and 3 or 4 colleagues have been at the league of allowing, of encouraging and in fact helping to implement in the United Kingdom people being able to access their own personal health data. And interestingly, during the COVID period of time, because that was the way in which patients could, or citizens could get their passport certificates, 18 million people have suddenly registered to get access to the records online, because that's a way in which they could actually share their passport certificates. I have a desire that there's some sort of continued international discussion about the role of the private sector and personal data. And one of the things that was said yesterday by one of the presenters in the discussion about health data was that maybe we shouldn't only be looking at how data collected in the public sector should be shared with the private sector, but we should also be looking at how data collected by the private sector should be shared for the public sector. And I think that's quite an interesting discussion. So that's me, and I'll unmute myself again. Thanks for asking me to introduce myself.
Yeah, thank you very much. But indeed, this is why also we decided to tackle the question of data and what it means for citizens, because this is this very big question, and at the same time, so as we did the design with the internet, we started with the question of in a way who should own the data. That was the key question at the beginning, and then we discovered that actually the question which is behind it is, how do we as a society handle data? So what you said about, okay, in which direction does public data goes to the private and private data to the public, and how do we create something which is completely new in a way, because that data economy, data society is a new system, and how do we handle it? There was a very strong feeling by citizens from the results we have had last year that so per se that a data-driven society is not a bad thing. So there is after the dialogue, there was not that feeling from participants that we have to avoid it, that we have to fight against it. But their point was the big question is, how do we govern together the data we produce and the society? And this is where they then had a very strong priority for that question of multi-stakeholder governance and this question of inclusive governance with all actors and citizens. So the way they answered the question last year was not to regulate strongly or to avoid data or to let it go, but to understand what kind of mechanism of governance can be put in place to handle together that data. And that was a very interesting result from last year. I wanted to go now to Ramona in the room. And Ramona, you were saying you're working with libraries. Is it for you, how does that kind of process, that kind of idea resonates with you if you think about the work that libraries are doing around literacy, around education?
Yeah, definitely. You know, your initiative is interesting for me just because it also informs what people expect. So from data, you know, we can show to libraries that they're building digital literacy and other programs, and they can consider, you know, responding or addressing some issues in a way that that people think should be done. From another side, we also do, as I said, capacity building for public librarians, and one of the curriculum module that we use in our curriculum is design thinking for libraries, and it's also about developing programs in dialogue with citizens, not just knowing what libraries want to provide, but also having citizens and people participating from the beginning in the process of program development. So that's consultation that you did. It's also interesting for me, how it's done, and I would like to see more public libraries across the world really using this way of addressing community needs and paying more attention to what people need.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask a follow-up question. So we saw in the result from last year that people see education. So when we talk about disinformation, they see education as the way to go. What is your feeling about the capacity of libraries as the place to be one of those places to tackle disinformation, or do you think it should be done elsewhere, or do you have some programs or work in that direction on disinformation?
Actually, libraries are starting to do, disinformation and privacy, data privacy trainings for citizens. And there are different ways of really creating this program. And for example, in some European libraries was partnering with Tactical Tech NGO based in Berlin that is interested in those areas, and they developed some curriculum for it's kind of toolbox for young people, and that some libraries just adopt this content and use it in their programs. So I think it's very different in different countries, because I said for some years we have focused on working with public librarians in Africa. So in there, they usually now, like Uganda, they focus on basic skills, digital skills provision to their citizens, women, youth, and other groups of people. To some extent, definitely they are touching the safety, internet safety, disinformation subjects, but it's not, really very deep yet. But the need in community, in society, definitely is there. And I think libraries will either as an independent, training providers, or together with partners in civil society, or even, private providers, they will definitely do more education on this.
Thank you very much. Before I give so Richard, I'll give you the word, and then I'd like to go to Raymond and have Raymond your feedback on our discussion until now. But Richard.
Yes, thank you, Antoine.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So I'm sorry. So Richard Delmas.
Okay. Thank you. Merci, Antoine. Okay. Now I have a question to Ramona, because we have a sub-program in Le Monde des Possibles in Liège, which is called Bibliosphere, which is an open public library with an accent on multilingualism. In fact, we want to have public access to books that are bilingual or multilingual or in language that are rare, non-used, because in Liège we work with a lot of diasporas and refugees. And there is also a library, public library like that in near Lausanne and also in Geneva. So my question is more about how do you, in your public library, do you have a system of classification or indexing, or do you do it in local language, in English, or do you use a specific format? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, in terms of libraries, it's a very standardized profession and classification and catalogization. is like traditional area for libraries. So in many places, libraries use universal decimal classification or DE classification, and those classifications are usually translated in the local languages, and manuals are just adapted to. But of course, if we talk about like smaller indigenous languages, of course, it's not available in those.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I wanted to go to Raymond. So Raymond, we had in 2018 one of the first round of pilots. We had a partner in Ghana, which was the school. I don't remember the name of the school now. It was an international school in Ghana. And they did with us the very first pilot with the internet in 2018. And Ghana is known to be a very involved country in internet matters and internet governance. So I wanted to see for you, how does that resonate, that kind of process, or is it something where you say, okay, we're already engaging ordinary citizens in Ghana in internet governance, or is it for you something that could be interesting and seeing, okay, a general feeling on how you see that process and how it could be used in Ghana? Okay, I'm not sure. Raymond, can you hear us, or are you not? Okay, I have the impression that Raymond is not hearing us. Okay, Maria, on your side, up to now the discussion, so you wanted to react on something?
Well, maybe Richard Fiton, you spoke about the importance of the debate around artificial intelligence and health. Maybe Antoine, you could share with Richard the results that came out from the question that we asked citizens regarding AI ethics. Maybe that would be interesting, yeah.
Very good. So I will share that. So we had a session indeed on artificial intelligence. Where is that? Here. And one of the questions we asked is what should companies, or should those organizations, following organization, hire AI ethicists as part of their team? And the overwhelming, so the percent below, it's a graphical, it's a glitch. So it's of course not 250, but it's 25, 50, 75. So as you see, that overwhelming majority of participants said yes, of course, they need to have ethicists on board to understand how we navigate internet artificial intelligence and its development. And we had, okay, that's the key result. On artificial intelligence, another thing that struck us pretty strongly when we looked at the results was the fact that citizens said that the priority for artificial intelligence should be to discuss about artificial intelligence and have much more debate in society and between stakeholders on artificial intelligence before we take real strong decision or path dependencies. And this was an interesting message because it was a message on not on having more or less artificial intelligence, but having more discussion on artificial intelligence, its limits, and the opportunities it was bringing to our societies. And that's we took that as also a call for action for us to understand how we could organize more of those discussions, more focused maybe, only on artificial intelligence and with more detail. So Richard Fitton.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Maria. One of the issues we've been discussing in the last 6 or 7 years, sometimes with the World Health Organization, sometimes with the International Federation of Biomedical Engineers, the European Federation of Laboratory Medicine, has been, as Maria said, I use the word instantiation of ethics into medical record processing. And because I'm a bit enthusiastic, even though I'm retired, I go to quite a lot of electronic health technology conferences. I was in one in London, in Canary Wharf, just 2 months ago. Really nice people, very clever, but they hadn't dealt with ethics. They don't deal with ethics. They haven't sat in a doctor's surgery talking to a 16-year-old girl who, wants to have a termination of pregnancy or whatever. And I don't blame them for that. But we've sort of, a friend of mine, Martin Severs, was the medical director for the NHS Information Authority, and he was also one of the directors of the International Health Terminology Standard Development Organization at Copenhagen. So we had a lot of conversations about this. And Martin very kindly got me invited to speak to the World Health Organization Family of International Classification Conference in Trieste in Italy in 2007. And we sort of teased out the fact that, and I know I'm talking about health information, personal data, that's my field. I don't deal with financial, fiscal information at all. But we reckoned that there were certain professional record standards, and we have a professional record standard in this country, and one of the members is a very good friend of mine. We also have clinical standards of maintaining records, which is clinical governance standards. And then there are technical standards, security standards, but there are also ethical standards. And actually, a lot of the ethics, as far as medical records are concerned, have been very well described for paper systems and for consultation systems. They just, I say just, that's a big just, they need to be transferred into the interface between the public and the different forms of data and the different form of data processing. So I really like what you're saying, Maria. And actually, that questionnaire is fantastic. I'm glad you've shown it to me again, because I came in late because I've just been doing another webinar with GNU Solidarity, who do free software for electronic health records around the world, which is great. I think that concept of having an ethicist in those organizations, and the fact that so many private sector organizations would like one, is wonderful. I just think that's right. And I think if people haven't had the ethical training, they're going to struggle. And I would say, for my money, considering I've been interested in patients wanting to make their data available to other people and wanting it to make it available to themselves over the years, it's surprising how difficult it is to get people to think through those particular issues. And as I've struggled to get people to be involved in their own records, you think, blimey, you're not interested in your own health records, if that's your life expectancy. I find it quite entertaining and a little bit funny that although people hadn't really wanted to access their medical records, even though it's about what's going to happen to them and what they can do, when they needed to get a passport certificate, 18 million people, a third of the population, suddenly registered to have access to their own records. There's a set of stories somehow which we have to get. And interestingly enough, Maria and Antoine, when I was working with patients, I built a patient-centered medical center over 20 years ago to do exactly this, to train patients. And I had a cartoonist in the surgery who I still work with, and we produce simple diagrammatic illustrations of the abstract concepts, but we put them into a visual format. There's very good evidence now, well, it's not even evidence, it's just fact, that when you look at the literacy of the population, that we need only 3% of the 3 to 4% of the population can understand the standard sort of government scientific text, legal text we produce. But probably 25% of the National American Literacy Survey in 2003, 25% of people couldn't recognize the name of a country in a piece of text if you gave it to them. It's nothing, they're really nice people, but actually they can't do it. They don't have the literacy skills. And then the next 20 to 25% are pretty much the same. So when we do have conversations, we have to have conversations through people they listen to, maybe YouTube or maybe cartoons or something like that. But they have to remember, I think, that the issue for me seems the people who make the policies. I recently transcribed a series of World Health Organization evidence to policy webinars. How do we get research? How do we decide what research to do about COVID? How do we decide to what evidence
Richard,
to collect?
Yeah.
Sorry, sorry.
No problem. No, it's. I mean, this is related to the one of the key principles of the dialogues we are implementing. That question of how do you create the bridge between a very in-deep technical discussion and a very broad, easy to access discussion, but nonetheless do that work of translation, considering that every person on earth can be competent to decide if they get the right information, if they get the right frame to do that and take that time to discuss. And that's the key, let's say, condition of our conviction we have by doing those dialogues. I'd like to go last time through the room in Katowice and ask Andre if you have some comments or from the other participants before we close that round and let you navigate in Katowice further.
Well, thank you very much. But I think this dialogue should be continued. And I appreciate this approach to the librarians because, first of all, I have some experience with Information for All program and the Russian Committee of Information for All program of UNESCO. And I think this participation, this involvement is really important. And I think this project should be developed in that direction because I know that work that Information for All is doing for the information literacy, for the libraries. For example, the IFLA as well is also a very important actor in internet governance in general. And I think we're going in the right direction. We should congratulate each other with our successful efforts in involving citizens in internet governance. And I hope when pandemic ends, we will continue our debates, which will be in person. And I hope to see you all actually in this room, but not in Zoom. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andre. And indeed, we have plans for next year. We want to reboot the process and understand how we can prepare 2025 by having activities already in 22 and a major new cycle of dialogues in 2023 or 2024, but at the latest, because if we want to have meaningful results for 2025, it needs to be included in the discussion in 2023 so that we can work towards 2025. Richard Delmas, last comment, and then we can close the round.
Yes. No, you're right. I think Andrew was right also that the question of duration of the consultation, because I remember when I was at the European Commission managing a platform, ICT partnership of end user interfacing with the standardization bodies. But the question is, you have to sustain the interest and participation. And if you want to go up to 25, 20, and 23 governance, you have to maintain a certain pace of, interest and consultation. And your role is very important as a bridge in passerelle between, and that's not easy, but that could be done and that should be done. Otherwise, it's not real internet for all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you everyone for your participation. In Katowice, have a nice rest of the day and week, and of IGF. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, hi everybody. I think I hope everybody can hear me, and welcome to everybody on site and everybody online. My name is Martina Derszniak-Nuarjon, and I'm the Director of International Cooperation at the Office of Consumer Protection, Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland. Welcome to our panel on AI in consumer protection. Before I will introduce our panelists, who also will have the opportunity to introduce themselves, I will just make a quick introduction to the panel, and I will give you also a quick recap of how we are going to proceed today in this panel. It's 3 o'clock Friday, and it's the 5th day of the Internet Governance Forum here in Katowice, and we have already had a few panels on AI, but I believe that our panel here is quite special because we have a special mission to focus on AI in public administration and consumer protection. But this has been a very interesting event, and we have had some really interesting opportunities to learn more and discuss about AI, how it's what are the challenges in its implementation in different sectors and different fields, what are the threats, what are the opportunities, what are the regulations, and how it's used, and what is AI in general, how to perceive it. But as I mentioned today in this panel, we want to discuss specifically us, public sector actors, and see how you can help us, all the panelists and people also in the audience, to explore and help us address our challenges, which we'll introduce to you briefly also. I think we can group this kind of issues that we are facing into two fields. On one hand, we have a kind of technical and practical issues that need to be addressed, and they concern data availability, data bias, and all kinds of technological bias issues that concern all the technical aspects of using AI tools. But we also have practical issues that concern learning about AI, learning how to use it, and learning ourselves how to work with it, teaching our colleagues and the staff working with AI. Of course, this is as much an issue in a public sector as it is in a private sector, but nevertheless, we do face those questions. On the other hand, we also have ethical and legal issues that we need to mind. The question of what are the current regulations, what are the upcoming regulations, how can we help and contribute to this very difficult challenge of providing new regulations that would effectively help us regulate and support use of AI. But also ethical questions which concern questions such as bias and our knowledge of the limitations of AI and the results it delivers, and how we should interpret them, how we should work with them. So we'll try to address all those issues. And before I introduce the panelists, I will just make a brief note and a recap from a Monday's panel, which was also related and similar, concerning a similar topic, where I will just throw 2 takeaway points, which I have taken from there. Maybe they will also help us steer the discussions a little bit. I have heard that using AI and all kinds of new technologies in public sector requires us to be a little bit courageous to experiment with this, to try and be creative and innovative, but at the same time to have a strategy and to learn to perhaps identify our needs correctly and to be able to implement it in a smart way. And also, once we have this strategy, we also have to be able to implement it. And we also just last point, we also are not competing with the public sector with the private sector in the way that we need to be able to implement it at the same pace as them. So it's less a race with the private sector. It's more about knowing how to do it in a smart way. And today, I hope that we'll be able to explore it a little bit better with our panelists. So I'll introduce the panelists first, and they'll be able to say a quick word for themselves and for what's their relation to AI. And next, my colleague Jacek will make a short presentation of our experience with an AI tool at the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection in Poland. So first of all, I will introduce my colleague Jacek, who's the Deputy Director of Bydgoszcz Branch Office.
Thank you. I'm Antoniet Law, and for 10 years I have worked in the Polish Competition Office for Competition and Consumer Protection. And for past 2 years, I have also been involved as one of team leaders in a group implementing AI tool for consumer protection in our office. So that's my background in AI. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we have also online Bob Wouters, who's a project manager of eLab at the European Commission. Hi, Bob.
Hi, yes, thank you. Yes, indeed. My name is Bob Wouters. I'm the project manager of EU eLab, and I started at the Commission beginning of this year. Before I worked at ACM as a digital enforcement official for 4 years, and I'm very pleased to join you here on behalf of Team eLab. Thank you.
Great. So the next person I would like to introduce is Professor Monika Namysłowska from Faculty of Law and Administration at the University of Łódź. Hi, Monika.
Hi, thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. My background in the topic of artificial intelligence is an academic one. I am the principal investigator in a project financed by the National Science Center in Poland entitled Consumer Protection and Artificial Intelligence Between Law and Ethics. But I'm a lawyer, and for ethical issues, I have an expert in my team. And I am also a local coordinator at the University of Łódź of an international didactic project, Tech Law Clinics, on legal challenges and implications of digital technologies. And it is supported by Erasmus+, and we work together with the Jagiellonian University in Poland, University of Nijmegen in the Netherlands, and Lyon Catholic University in France, and Italian University of Eastern Piedmont.
That's nice. Nice to hear this really good background in the topic. So next we have Time Burden from, she's a project manager at the OECD Committee on Consumer Policy and Working Party on Consumer Product Safety. Hi, Time.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be invited today. I'm working at to support the OECD's Committee on Consumer Policy. We have been for a number of years now contributing to the OECD's broader AI work, and there's certainly a lot going on. Notably, we've been contributing to the 2019 OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence, which identifies the values that should be applied in order to ensure trustworthy AI. And we're also working with our colleagues to ensure that important consumer policy considerations are taken into account in other projects, such as our current business survey on the use of AI by manufacturers, as well as the development of a global database on AI incidents, recognizing with these projects that policymakers really need much more empirical evidence in order to ensure that policy responses to the many challenges that AI is presenting are based on a solid evidentiary basis. Thanks.
Thanks, Time. And we have also Marcin Krasuski. He's a government affairs and public policy manager at Google. Hi, Marcin.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Marcin Krasuski. I work at Google in Warsaw. I deal with various regulatory issues, and one of them is AI. So I'm approaching AI from the regulatory perspective and from really practical one, because at Google we have employed AI into our various services, and we are happy to share our experiences, how we operate, and what have we learned so far. So thank you very much for the invitation. Looking forward to discussing with you.
So hi everybody again, and last but not least, our colleague from ECCNet Poland, Karol Musz, who's coordinating here the online chat. So feel free to also speak online. He'll be answering, and hi, Karol.
Hi, nice to meet you again.
Okay, so as I said, use the chat and speak up here in the audience. So we are all open to questions anytime. And we'll start now. Jacek, tell us about your AI tool.
The AI tool we will start our discussion from is actually under construction, but the topic is very vibrant, and I have to give this overview in the beginning to start this interesting discussion with our guests. So the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection is now working on a tailor-made tool based on artificial intelligence that would help us find, detect, and eliminate unfair contract terms in consumer terms and conditions in consumer contracts. So this is one of our major tasks, one of our tasks actually, that is pretty much time-consuming, laborious, and in many instances repetitive. It works like this: that an officer, usually lawyer with higher education, is analyzing a complaint from the part of consumer or consumer organizations, is reading tons of documents, banking, insurance contracts, to find whether some provisions are unfair and should be eliminated from such contracts, in the public interest. We would like to shift. We would like to allocate these talents, our officers, to more sophisticated tasks, for more rewarding roles, to find these infringements that are more hidden, sophisticated, difficult to find, and automatize as much as it's possible this process of acquiring, collecting the terms and conditions from the market, the standard contracts, such as terms and conditions of VOD platforms, of e-commerce marketplaces, of social media portals, but also banking, insurance, telecom contracts. So we would like to acquire them using our AI tool with the use of web crawler. It's not actually that much complicated. This kind of tools works in nowadays, but where is the intelligence in this? The tool, our new robot friend, I would call it, should also read it, analyze it, and compare with our know-how, our registry of unfair contract terms that has been created through years actually of our work. It includes about 8,000 to 10,000 examples of abusive clauses, and in last months it has been cleared, annotated, and tagged by our officers, so to make it useful for the artificial intelligence to learn on it. And the intelligent tool should not only find the same phrases in contracts, but also use NLP techniques to find similar synonymous phrases in consumer contracts. So after such an analysis that should take it a couple of seconds, normally perhaps a couple of hours or days, it should suggest to a human officer which provisions seem unfair. It could mark it in red, for example, whereas those those fair terms, neutral, could be marked in green. So this would speed up and enhance our enforcement of consumer law, make it possible to allocate these talents of our officers to more rewarding tasks, and also make our surveillance over the market more continuous, more proactive, and the protection of consumers simply better. So this is the tool that is actually to be designed and to be implemented by the end of the next year. We have already chosen a IT company in a public open competition, and we are about to sign a contract. So these are our expectations, and in the following months we will be implementing this project. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jacek. So I will start perhaps with throwing a more general question, and I'll ask the question to Monika, because you're a researcher and you work a lot with AI and in general with the use of new technologies. What kind of problems, challenges, and issues do you perceive in that respect in the context of public administration using AI and this kind of technologies?
Thank you for this question. As a researcher, I do not focus on strengths, but on risks and shortcomings, and I try to look for solutions. And artificial intelligence is used by public administration for various purposes, and among others to enhance the protection of consumer interests. Like the tool presented by Jacek, or the Claudette system developed by European University Institute. But paradoxically, this significant deployment of AI, the use for consumer protection, also entails risks, even for consumers and for businesses, and in the end, for the public administration itself. In other words, it may harm consumers. And I can identify a number of legal issues emerging in connection with the use of artificial intelligence by public administration. Just for example, discriminatory outcomes and non-transparent automatic decision-making, non-explicable, unfair automatic decision-making. Also problems with data processing. And what is more, the legal problems arising from the use of artificial intelligence are compounded by over or under reliance of public administration staff. So what are the most important regulations from the perspective of the use of artificial intelligence by the public administration? The existing ones are well known, like the GDPR, of course. But in my opinion, the public administration has to focus on the proposed EU regulation on artificial intelligence, so-called Act on Artificial Intelligence. It addresses risks created by artificial intelligence applications. And its basic idea is a risk-based approach, and it distinguishes minimal risk application, limited risk application applications, and high risk AI systems, and unacceptable risk AI systems. And public administration should be very careful if the AI systems, if the applications they use, if they are not high risk AI applications. And there is a list of high risk AI system in Annex 3 of the proposed regulation. And the list includes two sections that are very important for public administration. The first one is law enforcement AI systems, and the second one, administration of justice and democratic processes. And high risk AI system, they will be subject to very strict obligations before they can be put on the market. So in my opinion, monitoring the legislative process nowadays is essential. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And indeed, I'm pretty sure, I'm aware that this is what the colleagues who are working with our tool are also aware of, and these are precisely the questions that we are also trying to, the challenges that we are also trying to address. So I think this kind of awareness raising of the AI users, whether it's public or private sector, is definitely paying off, because I know that these are issues that everybody is aware of. It's more of a question of how can we actually address them while using the tools. And this gives us kind of a general background, like starting point with points that we should pay attention to while working with AI. But let's now move perhaps and discuss a little bit, once we are aware of these general underlying issues that pertain to AI use, how do we go ahead and identify the processes in organizations, particularly in consumer protection organizations, that could be automatized with AI? Because that's also quite a difficult question, because there is many different areas of the work of consumer protection agencies that could be automatized. So maybe perhaps would you like to address this question?
Yeah, thanks. And it's a very important question. Agencies around the world are looking at ways they can use AI because they know it will make them more efficient and effective at achieving their mandates. But the question, I think, is fundamentally where to start. The starting place should, of course, be in an application that is a low-risk application to avoid some of the risks that Monica just touched upon. And tasks that I think would be the most straightforward candidates would be those that are routine and repetitive. And Jacek touched on those kinds of tasks a little bit when explaining the application of your new tool in Poland. So a couple of further areas, complaints handling, I think, would be a prime candidate where AI could be deployed by consumer protection authorities. We can have AI tools categorizing complaints, identifying areas of concern, whether the inquiry even falls within an agency's mandate or not, and of course automatically allocating the inquiry or the complaint to a case officer. We can also be thinking about building in AI tools into websites, such as chatbots. These can assist consumers with information that is personalized, general advice, of course, but delivered in real time, and that can really be of great assistance. Market surveillance is another key area, and of course this is the area where the tool developed in Poland is going to fall within. But some further areas we see scope for the use of AI would be the identification of unsafe products being supplied on online marketplaces. We've already heard through our work at the OECD that a number of online marketplaces are actually already deploying tools like this in their own marketplaces to ensure that unsafe products are not being sold there. Further applications would be to detect misleading advertising, fake online reviews. Of course, we know that this is a real problem. Scams, and even the detection of dark patterns, which are designs in e-commerce websites which would seek to deceive consumers and prey on their behavioral biases. An example would be a fake countdown timer, for example. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, all these tools have to be accountable to a human being, so they cannot be existing in isolation. And just finally, another area would be, given the potential for AI to be used across multiple data sets, it can be, have great potential to be used to transform the way that agencies are gathering insights about what's happening in markets more broadly, and help them set their agency-wide priorities. Thanks.
Excellent. I knew that there were many fields where we could apply AI and automatize, but I was not aware there's that many. So thanks a lot for this time. It's very it was very interesting. I just wanted to say that if anybody of the panelists would like to also jump in to any question, just raise your hand, or anybody also in the audience here and online, just raise your hands and give us a sign. And anybody listening also, you can think about, and later I will ask the question you could share with us. What are your experiences, and perhaps you have similar experiences as us at UOKiK, so think about it and share with us later. In the meantime, I would like to turn to Bob and Martin next, perhaps, but we'll start with Bob. And I know, Bob, you're working a lot with this kind of tools at ELAB. And what is interesting for us is also to know what technical challenges you perceive, which are most perhaps most prominent and most difficult, and share with us your experiences. What are the most difficult technical issues with implementation of tools like AI?
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I think if we look at consumer protection within the digital single market, key elements here are the level playing field for the companies and consumers protected in an equal way everywhere. And what we see is that not all national administrations have the same capacity and infrastructure or powers. And with the EU ELAB, we are aiming to deliver a solution that really helps the national authorities to tackle these misleading or even illegal commercial practices. And we really have been focusing on the EU ELAB as an equalizer to make this more of a harmonization. But that came indeed with quite some challenges. Of course, we had challenges already with in our testing phase that has been this year. That you sometimes want to use for third-party tools for AI, because there is a lot of good tools available, but sometimes this is really difficult because of the ownership of the data, where you run into problems, or it's a third-party company that is out of the EU that maybe already gives some problems. So then you are starting to look for developing it yourself, and I think there is already the challenge that these authorities they're now doing the work in investigations mostly manually, but they do investigate the practices where AI and also machine learning is used. So we really see a big need for automation in consumer protection. But then again, also, where do you start? And I think it's really good to also a little bit say something about the question you asked, Time. It's good to start also with the enforcement officials to really see where is really a need for going into automation. And I think also the terms and conditions are a very good example. This is a lot of manual work. If you can automate something like that, this can help a lot for the enforcers. But I think it's good to also start there, getting the information from them to identify where you can give a focus on what to do with AI. And I think when you then go into using AI for better enforcement and protection for consumers, I think you really need to seek for an agile approach and really, basically fail quickly and learn fast. This is something. It takes time to make a good system. But I think that the public administrations can't really afford that. They can't afford low quality of evidence. So I think collaboration really creates here the added value and learn from each other what has already been done. So yeah, I think that is something that's how I see it from the perspective of the EU eLab.
Thanks a lot, Bob. Martin, what do you think from your perspective? There's lots of technical issues. Bob has mentioned some of them. How do you think it's possible to make those tools more accessible to public authorities?
Well, first of all, thank you for invitation. And if I may refer to your previous question, how is it possible to use more of these tools in public administration, and what are the challenges? So as Bob rightly pointed out, there is a lack of harmonization of rules across the EU. Because even though one particular member state might have very good ideas how to allow new methods of machine learning, artificial intelligence, but maybe something else, to use in consumer protection, in their health policy, etc., but this is not actually reflected in the whole EU. And as Bob pointed out, scale in artificial intelligence and in general in tech business matters. So what we need is a more scalable approach across the EU. So national consumer protection authorities should harmonize in a way that they release the same data in the same manner, in the same format. Some of them release that kind of data on PDF, which is not really readable for all tools. So these are small things, but these could mean a lot when it comes to adoption of that kind of measures. Then what we see as well is we see that the EU single market is slowly fragmenting. As for example, for data, we see more and more different requirements of data being kept within national borders, or we see, for example, that the new trade or barriers to trade in data are being erected across the Atlantic. And there was a huge uncertainty back ago when GDPR was introduced about data exchanges with the US. And this is something that is not really helpful when it comes to training a lot of data models. Therefore, we are really looking forward to, for example, Trade and Technology Council discussions, which are discussions between the EU and the American government on how to create a single space for data exchanges across the Atlantic. And then it all affects fairness, but fairness and all the different biases have already been mentioned. So I think that there is no point in addressing this. But then, as a last point, and maybe a bit controversial one, I would like to end on saying that, for example, we in the European Union, we tend to care a lot about consumer protection. For example, recently in our EU legislation, there was an introduction of a face recognition ban. And this is something that we have to understand that this would have a cost, because in other regions of the world, these consumer protection privacy values are not cherished as in our region. So these other countries and other companies who are present there, they will develop that kind of tools. So in a way, we can end up in a situation that some of our services and tools which are used by private sector or by public sector are a bit worse, because I can easily imagine that thanks to this ban, for example, in China, the companies there will have more expertise in that kind of applications. But not saying that the consumer protection is something bad, obviously not. But all legislation comes at a cost for the development of applications and technology. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So on one hand, you mentioned some of those, very detailed and nitty-gritty technical issues, which you yourself said are small, but at the same time, I think everybody agrees that they are in a way very fundamental to using those tools. On the other hand, you have now just made a really interesting point, which is exactly something we would like to go to next, about it's a new and emerging field, and Monica has already mentioned some of those ethical and legal issues, and it is indeed a question that we all need to discuss and explore about how we look at the ethical and value questions, and how we decide to transpose them into legal regulations. So perhaps Jacek, you could tell us now what's your perspective on this.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to refer shortly to these issues that were raised mostly by Monica. Well, the first thing is that we are fully aware that to be responsible in using AI, we have to understand it to some extent, at least. So perhaps me as a lawyer will not understand all of the technicalities and these aspects of how it works when it comes to the infrastructure. But we gone through some trainings, meetings with IT companies and also lawyers and academics, experts to analyze all these aspects that you raised. And after that, we decided that this decision-making process by the AI tool will not be left alone. We will not let the machine to decide. So we decided for a supervised machine learning. So this new system will be our junior worker, our junior employee, I would say, junior colleague, supervised by a human officer. So there will always be human in the loop, a human deciding whether the suggestion, recommendation from the part of the computer is correct. If not, we mark it, we reject the suggestion, and the system should learn that in the future it should not recommend, should not suggest such a provision is unfair. So this is our control, our supervision over this, and always the last word will be upon the human officer. So I think this is something that will minimize the risk of bias, of discrimination to, well, the same level as if human decided alone, let's say, yeah. So that's my answer to this, and we are very careful about this. So I think this make this process rather low risk and high risk, because these are not criminal cases, and these are not so the seriousness of cases is important here, and also the supervision from the part of human employees. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I think I would like to return to time right now, because you also make a lot of research on this at the OECD. What's your take on this? What are the other perhaps ethical issues? We can refer to the issues that Monica has mentioned also, and how do you think they can be tackled by people like us who are using AI?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to start by saying that ethics is critically important, and it should always be front of mind when AI systems are being deployed. There are a few, I think, components to the ethical issues, and some of which have already been mentioned. I won't spend too long going through them all, but the first one, I think, is fairness. We need to ensure that AI we're using is of course, non-discriminatory, and as we know, the AI is only going to be as good as the data that we feed into it. So we need to be aware of any biases that are inherent in that data and ensure that they are not perpetuated with our new technology. We also need to make sure that the AI is accountable, as has been mentioned by a few speakers. We need to have a human behind it at the end of the day. And ultimately, it's the agency that is accountable for its use. We also need to ensure that it's transparent. It's often, referred to as a black box AI. People don't really understand it, and we need to ensure that the people using it, first and foremost, understand it, and the people who are being affected, consumers and businesses, by decisions or processes that are using AI, that they understand that it's being used, and they are able to perhaps to challenge any decisions that are made adversely if they wish to do so. We also need to ensure that it is robust as well. Digital security is a key issue, and it should also be central to an agency's consideration of how they're going to use AI. And if there is any physical application of the AI, we need to ensure that application results in a safe outcome. Agencies might ultimately consider whether there are certain situations where AI shouldn't be used, or if it is used, whether businesses and consumers should have the right to opt out of its use. And I think agencies should also keep front and center the existing multilateral efforts to create frameworks, principles to govern AI use. And these are all centered around ethics, and the AI, the OECD AI principles are very key in that regard. Ultimately, I think authorities need to remember that the consequences of ensuring that AI is not used ethically are not only harm to individual consumers and businesses, but also harm to their own reputation at the end of the day. And one incident could, result in years of hard work in building credibility and agency, just, being undone overnight. This shouldn't dissuade agencies from adopting AI. I think it's critical that they do, but it should make them extra careful in the way they do so.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I think that's also partly, as you mentioned, it concerns, training ourselves and making sure we take the responsibility for using it. So first and foremost, educating ourselves, those who decide we will be using that tool, and then making sure that we educate further our colleagues and the employees, because at the end of the day, I think using those kind of automated tools will be like, some time ago starting to use the computer and implementing computer at work, and moving and digitizing the processes. Now we are automating the processes. So it will be a similar learning experience, but it's a much more complex systems and technologies that we'll be implementing now, and much more risky. So we need to be aware of this, and training, educating, and taking responsibility definitely is one aspect that we need to pay attention to. So what are the other issues that we need to pay attention to in order to make AI tools safe and secure, and to make sure that they are also maintained like this throughout their lifetime. Maybe Bob, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I think the human supervision that is really important here, and I think the risk in AI lays more in on the other side of and on the hunt on for conversion and targeting consumers. But still, however, I think if you use AI from the enforcement angle, it's for me it's very simple. It's a human oversight that needs to be in place, and I think training and awareness can be with the authorities can be very beneficial here.
Thanks a lot, Martin. What would you say about this, knowing and working with AI and also from this supplier side?
Yes, thank you. So I would like to disagree slightly on this because I feel that we should be a bit wary on over-reliance on human oversight as a solution to AI issues. Because even though we agree that there should be human oversight, but there are some AI-based applications that do not require this. The ones which are time-sensitive or do not operate on very sensitive, on delicate matters, I think that could be easily left out for AI systems to carry as they want and be judged by the output without human oversight. But when it comes to very important medical, for example, information, then we see that human is necessary. But if we over-rely on human intervention, then we might slow some of the AI-based processes. Because please remember that AI is supposed to make things faster, more automatic. And if we require each time to have a human sitting and deciding whether the output is okay or not, then we are risking that this whole benefit will not materialize. So for me, the most straightforward answer to your question would be the safe AI ecosystem would basically rely on safe regulatory regime that governs the AI applications. So I would summarize this into 5 points, if I may. So basically a sectoral approach that builds on existing regulation, then adopt a proportionate and risk-based framework. 3, I would say promote interoperable approach to AI standards and governance. 4, and ensure parity in expectations between non-AI and AI systems so that we do not expect everything at once from the AI system. So the rules should be equal. And 5, that we should recognize that the transparency is a value, but it's not a means to an end. So it has to serve something and not be an end in itself. And I think that answers my question. Thank you.
So I think your point, at least for me, makes it a little bit more complicated, because your point was interesting, because you mentioned also, and you brought our attention to the fact that we should try to understand even more what are the capacities and the limitations of human brain, and what are the capacities and limitations of AI. So this is indeed easy to say, but very difficult to implement, especially given then that there is as many, there is AI is a very broad term used for different technologies, and there is different technology, and each technology has to be learned, and its limitation has to be understood again. So it's a case-by-case basis that we need to try and understand the limitations of both, and the interplay between human and the AI tool. Thanks a lot for that, Martin. I would like to ask if there is anybody who would like to share from the audience their views and their opinions. I think there was Amali here. Amali, would you like to say something? otherwise, I think we can all see the message on the chat that Amali has shared. Thanks a lot. So perhaps I would just throw a last question into the audience and into the panelists. It's a little bit more of a specific question. How, again, addressing the challenges with AI. So how can we prevent AI from and it refers, of course, to what Marcin just said and to what everybody has mentioned and emphasized, that we need to have a human person behind the AI. But perhaps on a more technical level, what can we do to ensure, in the design of the tool, that AI, the decisions of the AI will not be biased in any way? Of course, there is many different aspects that the tool can be biased against, but how can we ensure that it's becoming, not biased and it's not manipulating decisions and it's not leading to unfair discrimination? Anyone who would like to address anything? Otherwise, perhaps Time, or would you like to say something about this?
I'll be quite brief. Firstly, I think we need to have some very clear frameworks in place. I think the organization should, before they even embark on a specific application of AI, they should be thinking about what their AI strategy would be generally. And then taking into account the potential first applications, they should be developing a framework on how they'll actually, on a day-to-day basis, ensure that there is an ethical application of that AI. Again, there should be reference made to those existing multilateral statements of principle to ensure that we have the important international consistency that we need in this area. I think that would be the central thing to ensuring the ethical AI. I think another thing that we need to also remind ourselves is that we need to ensure that these tools over time continue to meet the needs and priorities of the agency. As we know, technologies in this area are evolving very quickly. So it's likely that any tool will need to be updated equally quickly. And we also need to think about market responses to the tool. We've already heard in our work at the OECD that from those marketplaces, online marketplaces that have introduced AI tools to supervise conduct on their platforms, for example, preventing the listings of known unsafe products. They've already seen, traders understanding that the tool is being used and, changing their behaviors, changing the photos they're using, the descriptions they're using to succeed in relisting these unsafe products that have already been taken down. So we need to be really mindful of that, and that the tools will need constant updating and review over time. They shouldn't just be left to operate.
Thanks a lot. Monica, is there something you would like to add, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. I think that as inspiration to the public administrations, dozens or even hundreds of guidelines may serve, but apart from them, I would like to draw your attention to a document that is now being drafted within an ELI, European Law Institute project. And one project team is preparing model rules which deal with the impact assessment of algorithmic decision making and making systems applied used by the public administration. And from my point of view, an extensive impact assessment prior to the deployment of AI system is a very important and interesting exercise to reflect on and to evaluate the potential impact of the AI system used by the public administration.
Thanks very much. So we are running out of time slowly, and for the last part of this panel, I would like everybody to make a really a short statement on, because we have discussed, we have presented our experience, Jacek has presented our tool, and then we have discussed different challenges, very difficult challenges. So I know it's not easy, but if any one of you would like to share as a last statement, their kind of most important piece of advice for use of AI in public administration. And perhaps I will start with Jacek just to sum up sum up your impression from this discussion?
Well, I will not give any answers or any. Well, I would have to consult myself. So I will just maybe emphasize that we give priority to the robustness and well, low risk, let's say, actions in the field of implementing this tool. But we can see all of these dangers. So that's why we have chosen this line of human supervision. Also, from the point that we are not acting for money, we don't have to speed up that much. We act for mission of protecting consumers, but also we respect our employees. So employing AI doesn't mean necessarily firing people. Yeah. In the same way, but using them or inviting them to other activities. What I would like to ask, perhaps I didn't mention it, that the next step with our mechanism is that it should give a brief substantiation. For example, refer to some judgments that we have also in our register to our previous decisions. This is actually something more complicated, but we have it in our project, and we will try to implement it also in at some point. We will test it, so it will give some transparency, I would say, because I'm aware that there is a separate domain of learning how machine learning acts, and I know that's not that easy. So I think that this substantiation of the machine decisions will give some idea why the decision was made, and will also make it easier for a human officer to decide finally. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. Well, Monica, perhaps what's your statement, and what's your one piece of advice for us?
Okay, thank you. My last statement is a simple one, but not easy to apply, I'm afraid. The public administration should bear in mind that artificial intelligence systems applications for consumer protection, and that they are not magical tools. And by all means, the public administration must ensure a high degree of reliability and trustworthiness of such systems. And I'm convinced that, for instance, an interdisciplinary cooperation will lead to improved consumer protection. And this panel is the best example of such an approach. Thank you.
Indeed, thanks a lot, and that's a good piece of advice, difficult to implement, but we are working on it. Jacek here is, I think, more confused than he was before. I am, for sure. But what about you, Time? What's your advice?
Again, I think I just probably borrowing words from Monica, but I think trust in AI is the key. Cannot be overstated. This goes for both the consumers and businesses that will be affected by agency decisions or processes. At the end of the day, the AI should be explainable, and as has been said many times, we need to have a human in charge.
Thanks a lot. Bob, how about you?
Yeah, I think we really need to start. Really need to start doing the work with AI and try to really try new things. It is a very hot topic, but there are a lot of studies, of course, going on. But I think it's really good to just go experiment and try a lot, fail a lot, but also then you will learn. And I think with the EU ELAB, we really try to support the national authorities to set up a more collaborative way of using it and learning from each other. So that is something that I also would really like to embrace. Try to cooperate in this area, and I think for it's still we try to get evidence out of this, and if you have the evidence correctly documented, it doesn't need to be a very scary thing and you can just very well explain things to a judge or in court if you have it well documented and be transparent, and still that human oversight is very important for checks and balances.
Thanks a lot, and that's indeed a very nice initiative you're doing at ELAB, and your words are also very encouraging, because while we, I think, are mindful of the issues that Monique and Time are mentioning, we're also I think that's the way to try and learn and to implement it. So we need to learn it along the way and try to do our best minding those underlying issues. Marcin, now what would you say? What would you recommend?
It would be very bold of myself to just give you one recommendation. So like my company and people who are way above my pay grade, they basically came up with 7 principles that we have on AI. And I'm not going to read to all of you, but I just invite all of you to go to ai.google, where you can learn them. I think they are common sense and they could be easily applicable to public sector as well. ai.google. And we'd be happy to engage with everyone actually to implement these in practice. So please drop me an email, and maybe we can cooperate on these in practice. Thank you very much, and thank you once again for organizing this discussion.
And thanks everybody. It was really interesting, and I think we have covered all the topics that we wanted to cover and we wanted to discuss. And I think it's. We are out of time, but it was very fruitful, at least for me, and I think that's a takeaway for me is that there is very important issues that we always have to keep in the back of our minds, but at the same time, go ahead, be courageous, experiment, and try to do our best, and we'll learn because we are open to learning, and just wish us good luck, I guess. Thanks everybody, and I look forward to seeing you in person soon, and thanks a lot for participating in this panel.